The council will come to order. Please use the e-vote application to record your presence at this time.
Open now. Voting is open. The voting is open. Please hit refresh. City Council, please make sure you are logged in and you're in City Council 1. City Council 1 meeting. Make sure you're logged in, hit refresh, and then hit submit for your vote. While we figure out what's happening, we're just going to do a roll call vote while we figure out the electronics. All right, Alderman LaSpada. Alderman Hopkins. Alderman Dow. Alderman King. Alderman Hairston. Alderman Sawyer. Alderman Mitchell. Alderman Harris. Harris is here. Alderman Beal. Beal is here. Alderman Salowski Garza. Salowski Garza is here. Alderman Lee. Lee is present. Alderman Cardenas. Cardenas is present. Alderman Quinn. Alderman Quinn is present. Alderman Burke. Alderman Lopez. Alderman Lopez is present. Alderman Coleman. Coleman is present. Alderman Moore. Moore is present. Alderman Curtis. Alderman O'Shea. Alderman O'Shea is present. Alderman Taylor. Alderman Brookins. Alderman Rodriguez. Alderman Rodriguez is present. Alderman Tabarrus. Tabarrus is present. Alderman Scott. Scott is present. Alderman Cicho Lopez. Cicho Lopez is present. Alderman Maldonado. Alderman Burnett. Burnett is present. Alderman Irvin. Irvin is present. Alderman Talaferro. Talaferro is present. Alderman Raboyes. Raboyes is present. Alderman Cardona. Cardona is present. Alderman Wagaspak. Wagaspak is present. Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez. Rodriguez Sanchez is present. Alderman Austin. Austin is present. Alderman Ramirez Rosa. Ramirez Rosa is present. Alderman Villegas. Villegas is present. Alderman Mitz. Mitz is present. Alderman Sposato. Sposato is present. Alderman Nugent. Nugent is present. Alderman Vasquez. Vasquez is present. Alderman Napolitano. Napolitano is present. Alderman Riley. Riley is present. Alderman Tunney. Tunney is present. Alderman Gardner. Alderman Kappelman. Alderman Kappelman is present. Alderman Martin. Martin is present. Alderman Osterman. Osterman is present. Alderman Haddon. Haddon is present. Alderman Silverstein. Silverstein is present.
Uh, 41 members are present. We have a quorum. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. which will be delivered by Chaplain Dorothy D. Caldwell of the Chicago Sky.
Good morning. As I was preparing for this moment, I began to pray and ask the Lord for a scripture for our city in this moment. And the scripture that the Lord gave me was Nehemiah 2:20. And I will read that, then I will pray. And it says, "Then I replied to them, the God of heaven will make us prosper, and we, his servants, will arise and build." I believe that many of you aldermen, our honorable mayor, Clerk Valencia, have all been positioned that you are the Nehemiahs of this hour, and you must know that your Lord God is with you and that he will prosper you as you rise and build. So let us pray. Father, we bless you this morning. We honor you this morning. We thank you this morning because you are good. You are gracious. You are kind. Father, we thank you, Lord, for this city. God, we thank you, Lord, for the opportunity, Lord, to be positioned to make change, to cause life and to cause abundance, Lord, to cause change in the lives of many. Father, we thank you for our aldermen, Lord. We thank you for our mayor. Father, we thank you, Lord, for all that have been positioned even here today. Now, God, I pray in the name of Jesus, Lord, even as they are purposing, Lord, to make hard decisions. I pray, Lord, as they arise and build, Lord, that you will prosper them as you promised Nehemiah. Father, that you will go before them, God, Lord, that you will set their ways, oh God. Lord, that you will cause all things to come into order. Lord, I pray for unity. Lord, I pray for agreement. God, I pray for divine decisions, Lord. I pray, oh God, Father, Lord, that you will open doors of opportunity, Lord, that they might see your glory fulfilled in the earth. Now, God, I pray your presence here today. God, Lord, as each one, Lord, yields their hearts unto you. God, I pray that you will speak to them and let them know your will. God, Lord, you be glorified in all that you do. Lord, I bless this city. Lord, bless these leaders. Lord, you are the one who sets one up and sets another down. And so, Lord, we honor you today. We acknowledge you today, and we thank you that you will direct our paths. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Gentlemen, next up is public comment. Mr. Clerk.
The council will now begin the public comment period, which is limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. The time remaining for each speaker is shown on the clock on the wall. Pursuant to the Chicago City Council public comment process, time is not transferable to another speaker. Any written comments that have been submitted will be available for automatic review at the city clerk's desk. Please remember, this is a forum for public comments and not questions. The first
That's what happened. Because she was here for a detention aid job that was taken away from her, which she was hired for. And they never gave her the job. But in returning that, God was able to help her find another job with the Streets and Sanitation Department, in which last year she got hurt on the job. And she's been just going through a lot of situations, a lot of things, trying to get money paid and doctors and everything, and nobody is trying to help her. And we're struggling. And it really doesn't make sense in going through all this. Right now, because of the injuries that she received, she has muscle disorder, she has chronic heart failure. She's back and forth to the doctors almost every other day, situations going on, and she can't get no help from anybody. The city doesn't want to pay her. She's just, just out there, and she keeps asking, trying to get help. People keep slamming doors in her face. So basically what we're trying to do is see if we can get a meeting with the mayor, as she was supposed to have did last time, but it didn't happen, and see if we are able to rectify this situation that she's going through, because it shouldn't happen. I mean, hasn't done anything to anybody, misuse anybody, mistreat anybody. All she's doing is just trying to be a citizen of Chicago, trying to work like everybody else and get a paycheck. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. South. The next speaker is Ali. Ali?
Hi, good morning. I'm actually Mr. and Mrs. Davenport South's neighbor. I'm in correspondence with them as well. They've been going through a hard time, and me and my girlfriend are in support of them as well. We've been trying to get the city to actually help them and bring assistance to them as well as certain communications that have been sent off to Mrs. Davenport, but the mail has not been going, communications have not been getting to her address. They've been sending to a faux address, as well as certain things that we want to be able to help her get the help that she needs, as well as that she deserves. Ms. Davenport's a good woman, and she needs your help, Mayor, as well as certain things in the city that needs to be addressed, such as shortage of police officers, as well as tickets that are being distributed, as well as that unrightfully distributed. So we're just here in support of Mrs. Davenport, as well as getting her the assistance that she needs, and you're the right woman to help her, Ms. Lori Lightfoot. And that's all I had to say.
Thank you, Ali. The next speaker is George Blakemore. Mr. George Blakemore.
My name is George Blakemore, and I have a title. And my title is a concerned citizen, and I am somebody. And I'm one of Miss Lightfoot supporters. I'm saying it loud and clear. And she's not paying me to endorse her. I'm not getting anything from that endorsement but the satisfaction of making sure that she will be the next mayor of the city of Chicago. How long have I seen us all, use the correct verb, the police abuse and settlements? Miss Lightfoot didn't bring that here. The corruption, nepotism, having these long-term 30 years, 50 years, 15 years ultimate. We can sell this if you have term limitation, 4 years for you and another 4 years, and get out. And I feel so sad and frustrated. The exodus of black people in the city of Chicago. She didn't cause that. The crime, the corruption, nepotism, she didn't cause that. So what's that hype about getting rid of Lady Lightfoot? Get rid of all of them. The system is broke. That man, that old governor down in southern Illinois, that big head white man say, it's a dookie hole. Now, why are illegals coming into this city? And why are black exiting this city? She didn't cause that. So, you black people, you black elected officials, you all are the cause of black people being a permanent underclass in a caste system. Get rid of them. Get rid of all of them. And leave Lady Lightfoot alone. She didn't bring racism, nepotism, corruption. She didn't bring it here. She didn't bring COVID-19 here. High crime. And this police department never served and protect the black community. And one on the agenda today, they're going to speak about millions of dollars again about these road aid policemen. And who do they abuse mostly? Black people. I'm not talking about people of color now. I'm talking about enslaved black people in America.
Thank you, Mr. Blakemore. Your time is up. The next speaker is Britt Scales. Britt Scales.
Good morning. I would first like to start with the individual points. I would like to highlight Mayor Lori Lightfoot taking care of those victim refugees sent here from Texas. I really appreciate how you handled that and would like an update on how they're doing. I would also like to note that I too am here in support of Mrs. Davenport South. I would love and appreciate on behalf of her and many who suffer medical illnesses but willing to be employed in our city, if you could look into her situation as well as the many who are fighting for employment in a city where so many positions need to be filled. I would also like to state that my family hails from Inglewood, from the Bronzeville area, as well as from Streeterville. For almost 100 years now, my family has been incorporated in this city, as well as many families here today. I could speak about myself as an individual. I would be considered what you would say low class, bringing in $18,000 to $20,000 a year and being an artist. However, each and every one of us attribute to the city as artists or as the ones who did go to college and fought for the positions such that you have that would be considered upper echelon. We all make up the city, and many points in this city that are suffering, such as our police force that has the budget but not the staffing. That needs to be looked into because our police do matter. They matter to me, even as a black woman. However, how they're educated on handling my black community is what is at stake here. The gun laws, I am so appreciative for the concealed carry. However, there needs to be somebody looking into the state, the medical and the mental state of those carrying. Myself included, I know for me and my energy when I'm driving, I'm probably not the best person to conceal carry because oh my goodness, dealing with these drivers drives me crazy. But looking into those laws, looking into the overcrowding of the jails and the lack of speedy process that my cousin suffered from, looking into the confusion and the laws coming on January 1st that only conspiracy theorists are giving their opinions for when we need Lori Lightfoot speaking up. Looking into the confusion of the disparity of the funds in the city infrastructure, where we see these tech companies coming in, they could build a new school, each and every one of them, from Google, all of them could build a school, or even help with the city infrastructures, our streets, our police force, things like that that we needed. Lori Lightfoot, we love you, and we are just looking for your support.
Thank you, Ms. Scales. The next speaker is Mr. Myron Byrd. Myron Byrd.
Good morning, and may I have everyone's undivided attention, please. My name is Myron Byrd. I'm a lifelong Chicagoan, born and raised here, 54 years old. And here's one thing that I've been looking upon. I've been looking through my Facebook, and I see a page, Chicago Coalition for the Homeless, and I started reading up on it. And I started looking at some numbers that was very, very disturbing. Like, how did you say that it's 5,700 in the entire Chicago area of over 2 million that's homeless, whereas the numbers came out yesterday and it came out 65,611. You only count the shelters. You didn't count the people on the street, the people in the tents. Those are living, and let me give you the key word, those that live in doubled up. If you don't know what doubled up means, that means those that live individually in a person or a friend's home, couch surfing. I don't understand why you didn't count that. You don't count 5,700, you count the whole 65,000. So I'm here speaking not only to myself, because I've been homeless for 4.5 years and I got mines together. But I'm looking for that rest of that 65,611 to get theirs. And I would love to hear from the entire city council on what we can do about this here. Because sitting up here crossing me out is not going to be the answer. I didn't get up this morning and say that I'm going to be here just to do this. I came here because this is an issue and it's a problem. And amongst those that aldermen and all the women in their wards, you know it's a problem in your wards too. So we need to address this. And Mayor Lightfoot, with all due respect, please, let's meet with some of these coalition leaders about this homeless situation that's going on in Chicago so we can butt heads together and help get this thing cleared. But sitting up here ignoring me is not going to be the answer either. Because I'm going to continue to be throughout the city of Chicago fighting, as I've been for 6 years. And I'm going to continue to do my fight to help these people get up off the street and get them back to where they're supposed to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd. The next speaker, Sandra Taylor by telephone. Are you there, Ms. Taylor? The next speaker is by telephone, Sandra Taylor. Are you there? Okay. The next speaker is Mr. Mark Margot by telephone. Mark Margot. Press *6 to unmute. Is there a Mark Margot by telephone? Press *6 to unmute. Hi, can you hear me? Yes, welcome. Thank you, Ms. Margot. Your time has expired. The next speaker by telephone is Chris Gentry. Please press star 6 to unmute. Chris Gentry. The next speaker by telephone is John Greenfield. Please press star 6 to unmute.
In private cars. And when Chicago pedicabbers break rules, they don't kill people. Tragically, that wasn't the case last October when a motorist who was reportedly speeding to get on the drive fatally struck art director Ade Hogue, 32, on his bike a block from Navy Pier. Please vote no on Riley's ordinance. Thank you.
The next speaker by telephone is Joey Lyons. Joey Lyons.
Joey Lyons is not present.
Thank you. Your Honor, there are no speakers who have timely signed public comment period.
This concludes the public comment period. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to address a vacancy on the council. Chairman Harris, are you ready to proceed?
I move for the temporary suspension of the rules to immediately consideration of the Rules Committee report recommending the appointment of a new alderman for the 43rd Ward and an associated resolution establishing his committee membership.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. The chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to be marked present for the purposes of quorum.
So reflected. Chairman Harris.
President and members of the City Council, reporting for your Committee on Committees and Rules, which met yesterday, September 20th, 2022, the committee recommends passage of the following items. The appointment of Timothy R. Knudsen as the 43rd Ward Alderman, and a resolution updating our committee assignments, resolutions to include Alderman Knudsen replacing the former alderman.
You will now hear from any alderman who wish to speak on this item. The chair recognizes Alderman Austin.
Thank you, Madam President. This is an outstanding appointment that we have in Tim. I've never called you Timmy, so I'm going to continue with Tim. I think that you would do an outstanding job for the citizens of the 43rd Ward. My time that I've had with you in the Zoning Board of Appeal has been upright and righteous because you've been a fair man. And I know that the constituents that you will be governing, they know that they will have that kind of individual within you. Wife, you won't see him tomorrow after today. You'll see him next week, maybe, but no more after today. Long hours. But I think you'll do an outstanding job. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Austin. The chair recognizes Alderman Kappelman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too rise and congratulate Timmy. I was thinking about the number of LGBT alders that's in City Council, and I'm proud to say I've lost count. I think you're number 7. But this is a historic day for City Council, and you will represent as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Kappelman. The chair recognizes Alderman Spizzato.
Thank you, Madam President. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Timmy, I'm going to have a hard time calling you Timmy, let me tell you. So you're just going to be plain old Tim to me. I'm guessing I could be your dad, so maybe I'll get used to calling you Timmy. I don't know. I'm not sure how old you are, but I'm 64, so I'm sure I could be your dad. Yeah, my mom looks pretty young over there, and she's smiling, brimming, and your dad also. So I'm probably older than your parents. But Timmy, just want to wish you the best. We're somewhat of a dysfunctional family, but somehow, some way, we get things accomplished. It is a tough job. This is not a part-time job, as some people think it is. Well, it is a part-time job, Tim, but it's 4 part-time jobs. So I say this is an 80-hour-a-week job, and it's very intense and very demanding, and I'm sure you're up to the challenge, and I wish you the best. And anything you need from me, or really anybody in here, I mean, you got 49 people you can lean on, and I'm sure Michelle Smith will be there for you also. So you got a lot of people you can lean on. Don't be shy or afraid to ask anybody any questions or any help. So little not too happy all these committees you got, all that extra work you got, but you know, I couldn't change that for you. But anyways, Tim, best wishes. We're kind of seatmates now for a while. Look forward to chatting with you. I was very good friends with Michelle, and I look forward to a great relationship with you. And best wishes to you. God bless you. God bless your family. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Spizzato. The chair recognizes Alderman Tunney.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise obviously to support this nomination. I do want to welcome you to the council. Obviously, you've dealt with many of us over the years as your role in zoning board. I do want to comment, though, you know, as a neighboring alderman, gay is good, but that's only the first week. What are you going to do for your constituents? You have a very demanding neighborhood. They pay a lot of taxes, as we've been reaffirmed by Alderman Michelle Smith, as you well know. It's like, how are you going to deliver, keep your neighborhood safe, and keep them represented on this very diverse city council? So I know you have the capabilities of being a leader, and we just think that this is an exciting time for you. But as Alderman Spizzato said, you know, that honeymoon is a couple days, and get going. And I know if I can help anyway as being your neighbor, you know I'm always there for you. So congrats and good luck.
Thank you, Alderman Tunney. The chair recognizes Alderman Sadlowski Garza.
I don't know you personally, but welcome aboard. Don't hesitate to ask people questions. There's a huge learning curve here. Welcome aboard, buckle your seatbelt, and kiss your family goodbye.
Thank you, Alderman Sadlowski Garza. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Metz.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I too rise timidly to support this appointment. I know that you're going to do an excellent job. I didn't know you prior to a conversation, but I feel like I know you anyway. And once I mentioned to you is to making sure that we never forget the people who put us in office, and that's pay attention to what our constituents are saying. Working hard, there's always some work to do. Just make sure you find some time for your family, though. There's a check and balance in this. It'll take you a while to learn it, but there will be some checks and balances because when this job is gone, you still have your family that you have to deal with. So I want to congratulate you and commend you on becoming a member of this council, and know that be careful what you say, because once you put it out there, you can't take it back. Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Alderwoman Mitz. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Dow.
Thank you, Madam President. Hello, Tim. I didn't get a chance to say anything yesterday at the Rules Committee meeting, but I want to welcome you aboard. I look forward to working with you. I have always found you to be accessible, which you're going to double that now, triple that now as alderman. And, you know, just very thoughtful, considered, thoughtful decisions that you've made, at least in the cases in my ward, and I appreciate that. So I look forward to working with you. You sit behind me now, but probably not for long, because I belong over there. So I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Alderwoman Dow. The chair recognizes Alderman Riley.
Thank you, Madam President. I also want to congratulate you, Tim, on joining the City Council. During COVID, you'll sit here, and when we're not in COVID, you're going to sit here, so you cannot escape me. But we'll be working together a lot, I'm sure, because our wards have a lot of the same interests. But welcome to the north side. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Any other members of the body that wish to speak in this matter? The chair recognizes Alderwoman Lee.
Hello. Hi, thank you, Madam President. I also rise in support of this nomination. Timmy, welcome. I'm so excited to have yet another new member of the council, which makes me feel great because now I have more seniority over another person. But I'll have another person along with Alderman Scott who will be learning right alongside with us. And I know you have a wealth of knowledge, especially from zoning, that we can learn from as well. So I look forward to working with you. Welcome.
The chair recognizes Alderman Tunney.
Mayor, I forgot to mention this, but to recognize that our judge today, Judge Jill Quinn, is the first transgender judge serving our court. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the crowd.
And since you've recognized folks in the box, I will recognize others. We have Eli Stone, Alex Hans, Lucas Carroll, the 43rd Ward Committeewoman, Lucy Moog. Thank you, Lucy. And we have family members, Kristen Knudsen, who is his sister, and his niece, 5-year-old Julia, welcome, as well as his parents, Terry and Craig. Thank you all for being here. And if I miss someone, that's on me. The chair recognizes Alderman Taliaferro.
I too rise in support of this nomination, and Tim, I wanted to congratulate you, and just to say that there's no greater honor and privilege than to serve the people in the residents of the communities and neighborhoods in which you live in and surrounded by. Keep that within your heart, and you will do well as alderman. I thank you so much for taking on that challenge. Thank you so much, Madam President.
Alderman Taliaferro. The chair recognizes Alderman Laspada.
Thank you so much, Chair. Timmy, thank you so much for agreeing to take on this assignment. You already have these years of serving with transparency and integrity and honesty and equity. And those are probably the best traits that are preparing you for this work. I would encourage you to hold on to that. I would encourage you, I see in the box already you have people who hold you accountable to the best version of yourself. And I would only encourage you to maintain those relationships with the folks who can call you out so that the best of who you are right now is still who you are whenever you decide that this season of service has ended. And I hope that's not for a very good long while. Thank you so much for joining the council. And I will say this talk of non-COVID seating, for the rest of us in the back seats, I'll say that it can't come soon enough. So looking forward to it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Laspada. The chair recognizes Alderman Ramirez Rosa.
morning. You know, the day that I feared has come. I believe that you're 32 years old. So you are now the youngest member of this body. But as the newest and youngest member of this body, despite me being a year older than you, I have 7.5 years of seniority over you. So I just want to remind you of that. But as we welcome you to this body, you know, I just want to say that this is not a gentleman's club. There are very few gentlemen in this room. This body is as rough and tumble as the great city that we represent. And despite the fact that we all have the same title, alderperson, thank you, Alderperson Andrea Vasquez, despite the fact that we all have the same title, our roles are very different. There are alder people in this room that would love to have any development in their ward. But you will have to say no many times to development in your community because there's just a lot of money there. There are people in this room that represent some of the poorest people in this nation, but you will represent some of the richest in the world. So I think it's important to understand that we are all coming to this body from different parts of the city that are facing different challenges, but it's incumbent upon us to come together to solve our shared struggles. There was a time when to be an alderman, and this is well before you or I were born, you would get handed a list of all the patronage workers in your ward, and they would say, go out and knock doors, figure out who needs trash cans, who needs a pothole, who needs their tree trimmed. Those days are long gone. And not only are those days long gone, but the challenges that we face as a city are greater than ever before. Just yesterday, we had the highest day in record heat. We are beginning to see the crisis of climate change flood our people's basements. We're beginning to see the crisis of climate change take away our seniors' lives, as we saw in Rogers Park with the tragedy that occurred. So the challenges that we face are bigger than ever before. And so welcome. I hope that you will join us as a legislator. I hope that you will join us as someone who is here to work collaboratively together to get things done. And I know from your record, I know from the people that speak highly of you, that that's who you are. So welcome to the Chicago City Council.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Cardenas.
Thank you, Madam President. In committee, I did say that Timmy, which I was on the phone talking to him, and I looked at his profile, very, very well done, and to your parents. You came prepared for this job, which requires some thought and requires some capacity to be able to not just read documents before you, but also to create ideas to how to run this city better. And yes, you represent an affluent community, Lincoln Park, but you know what? The people deserve, whether you're rich or poor, the same thing that the city brings. Quality of life, they bleed the same, we bleed the same, we cry the same, we feel the same, the pain is the same, because when they hurt, we hurt. And when they're suffering, we're suffering. So we're all in the same boat. Yes, they make a little more money. But you know what? Sometimes money is not everything. But the equalizer is what you bring to the table to make their life better. That's why they moved into Lincoln Park. That's why they stay in Chicago. They have many options. When you're at that level, I mentioned you have options to go someplace else, to buy, in the suburbs or maybe other cities. But they're not doing that. They also love Chicago. And they want you to represent them in the best way possible because they share the pain as well, that we're going through some hard times. But we need to fix them. And I know that you come prepared because I saw the bio, you come prepared for that. And so I hope for the best, and I hope that you bring those talents to bear, and I'll see you through in a few years. I'm leaving, but you're bringing on those assets that we dearly need. So congratulations to you and your family, and the work begins.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Wegesbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, Madam Chair, I want to say thank you for that, putting that committee together. It was a very diverse committee. I talked to them about what they were looking for in a 43rd Ward alderman, and I thought they did a great job with the selection process, but also vetting well over a dozen people. And here we have Tim Knudsen, Timmy, before us that I look forward to working with. You're following in the footsteps of a lot of great aldermen. When you look at Alderwoman Smith, Alderwoman Daly, Bernardini, and the list goes on to people who really transform that community, and you will continue to do that, I'm sure. So I look forward to working with you and our surrounding colleagues to continue that effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Any other members of the body that wish to speak to this matter? Chairman Harris.
Thank you. Before I move passage of this, I'd like to say to our new person coming in that welcome here, welcome to the City Council. Never be surprised at what's going to happen here on the floor. So thank you so much for becoming a new public service and then joining the great club of 50, as I call it. It's exciting and different every day. So we are excited to bring you in, and I move passage of this appointment by a roll call vote.
Point of clarification, I believe there are a number of members who joined us after we took the quorum call. For anyone who joined us after that, can you please make sure that you are having your presence recorded on the record? Okay, all right. I'm told by the clerk that their presence is now recorded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
All right. It appears that AIS has resolved the network Wi-Fi issue, so we're going to try this one more time. Thank you for your patience and embracing technology. Please go ahead and make sure you're in City Council 1. Make sure you're logged in. If you have any issues, please raise your hand, and we will now open the vote.
Looks like Alderman O'Shea needs some.
Okay, we'll come to you, Alderman O'Shea. Make sure to hit submit once you hit your vote. Alderman O'Shea is yes. Alderman Haddon, can someone help Alderman Haddon, please? We're coming to you. Make sure to hit refresh and hit submit. Hit refresh and hit submit. All right, I will go and call down for if you did not and take your voice vote. Alderman Hairston. I think she's in her seat. She's not in her seat. Oh, here she is. Oh, Alderman Hairston, if you could cast your vote, please. Alderman Mitchell. Alderman Mitchell is a yes. Yes vote. Alderman Mitchell is yes. Alderman Tabarrus. Alderman Tabarrus is a yes. Alderman Cicho Lopez. Cicho Lopez is a yes. Tabarrus is a yes. Alderman Raboyes. Alderman Raboyes is a yes. Alderman Gardner. Alderman Gardner is a yes. We'll record those for you as well. Alderman Quinn, you're a yes as well? Oh, I'm sorry, Alderman Quinn, you're a no? Okay, got you. Okay, everyone has voted. The voting is closed.
Forty-six yeas, 1 nay. Alderman Kappelman on the motion for reconsideration.
Madam President, I move to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the motion for reconsideration signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. The nays have it. The motion for reconsideration fails. Mr. Knutson, please join us in the well. How are you? Good to see you.
Raise your right hand, repeat after me. I, Timothy. Let me get a couple words out. I, Timothy R. Knudsen, do solemnly swear
I, Timothy R. Knudsen, do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Illinois,
and the Constitution of the State of Illinois,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the office of Alderman
of the office of Alderman
of the City of Chicago
of the City of Chicago
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
That's it.
Congratulations, Alderman. Welcome to the state. The body from this podium.
Good morning, members of City Council and those watching at home. I'm truly humbled to be in the chamber this morning. The outpouring of support from the people in this room, in the 43rd Ward, and from across the city of Chicago has been overwhelming and energizing. I want to thank Mayor Lightfoot, the whole City Council, and Alderman Smith for all of the support. My name is Timmy Knudsen. My pronouns are he, him. Yes, my last name is pronounced Knudsen, and I do go by Timmy. And I'm thankful for everyone's humor on it. My thanks go out to the public radio reporter who has helped straighten out the hard K on Twitter. I would not be here today without the support of my family and friends. Here with me today are my mother, Terry Knudsen, father, Craig Knudsen, sister, Kristen Ton, and her beautiful daughter, my niece, Julia Ton. We have quite a few family members watching from home, and I want to give a special amount of love to my grandfather, Ray Benelli, who was born and raised in the Back of the Yards neighborhood, and my grandmother, Judy Benelli, who is a personal hero of mine in many ways. Also, to my brother-in-law, Kevin Ton, and other incredible 2-year-old niece, Claire Ton. The unconditional love you have all given me are the foundation of everything I've been able to accomplish. You're my outlet, my joy, and I'm not sure how I got so lucky, so thank you. I was grateful to come before you all yesterday, share my background, and have one-on-one conversations with you all over the past few days. For those who are meeting me for the first time, I'm someone who has proven a track record of bringing private sector results into public service. From my legal career to my service chairing the Chicago Zoning Board of Appeals, to my time as a grassroots organizer in the 43rd Ward, I'm someone who actively engages with people on all sides of an issue and seeks to find common ground. For my pro bono commitment to LGBTQ plus asylum applicants in Chicago and Mexico, I'm someone who believes compassion and inclusivity are the best tones to lead through. As alderman, I will be an advocate and consensus builder, someone who works hard to get things done. Now, I know I have so much to learn from each of you here, and I will be calling, texting, and showing up to hear your perspectives and get some tips. If I'm confirmed today, I am the youngest member on City Council, the 6th member of the LGBTQ plus caucus, and the first openly gay alderman of the 43rd Ward. I want to take a moment to recognize the significance of this. Representation matters. Having the opportunity to share my own experiences and uplift those of other diverse communities is a responsibility that I take so seriously, and one that rests on the shoulders of many giants. There are too many to name, but I'm especially grateful to Chicago's very own Art Johnston, my friend, for his mentorship and early encouragement. With that, I thank you for your vote, and I'm so happy to be working together. Thank you, everyone.
Madam Clerk, will you please add Alderman Knudsen to the roll for purposes of quorum? And Sergeant at Arms, will you please escort our new alderman to his seat? And thank you, friends and family, for being here. Thank you, Judge. Chairman Harris?
The second item on the report is a resolution updating our committee assignment resolution to include Alderman Knudsen as replacing the former alderman. I've moved passage by the same roll call vote previously applied to item 1 on the Rules Committee report and the associated unsuccessful motion to consider. Would Alderman Quinn like to be a yes or no on this resolution? On the resolution, a yes? Okay, so same, you want to be a no on both? Okay, all right, so same roll call as that was used on item 1 and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Just want to record as no on the committee assignments. Thank you.
But with that, hearing no further objection, so ordered.
That concludes my report. I now move that we return to the regular order of business.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. All right, next up, ladies and gentlemen, are resolutions. We have 3 resolutions today. A resolution honoring Dr. Joyce Kenner on the occasion of her retirement as principal and CEO of Whitney Young Magnet High School. A resolution honoring our now former colleague, Michelle Smith, and a resolution in recognition of Hispanic Heritage Month, and we will take them in order. Recognizes Alderman Mitchell. Oh, he wants to talk.
Madam President, I move, oh, shit. I'm sorry. Madam President, I move for the temporary suspension of the rules for the immediate consideration of these resolutions.
No objection, so ordered. As is normally our practice, we will not read the entirety of the resolutions. And as I said, the first is an honorary resolution for Dr. Joyce Kenner, and we will go straight to remarks. The chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, it gives me great honor and pleasure to rise to support this resolution. I have been a fan of Dr. Kenner for a very long time, and what she has done is simply remarkable as far as educating kids and leading Whitney Young to the places it is today. There's nobody that will be able to fill your shoes. You are a trendsetter. Sorry, bro. There's nobody that will ever fit your shoes. You are a true trendsetter. And anybody who knows you, the things that you have done for that school and done for thousands of kids that have been under your tutelage is second to none. And let me just say, I became a fan of Dr. Kenner through sports. She is one of a few sports principals here in the city of Chicago. And when I tell you, and I will let you all in on a little secret. A few years ago, we had an opening at Gwendolyn Brooks. And we threw everything but the kitchen sink at Dr. Kenner to get her to move from Whitney Young to come to Gwendolyn Brooks. And she said, absolutely not. And she said, I still have work to do, and I'm still going to do it. But we just wanted to bring her knowledge, her dedication, and her passion to the far south side. So Dr. Kenner, you know we love you. Congratulations. You know, I know your whole family and everybody, I know they're proud of you. And I know you're not going to sit down because I know you still have a lot of energy and a lot of work, and I know you're still playing tennis. You know, so congratulations and God bless you.
Thank you, Alderman Beal. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Sadlowski Garza.
Dr. Kenner, I am a big fan. I know you probably don't remember me, but 3 of my children attended Whitney Young under your tenure: Ryan Garza, Katie Garza, and Tyler Garza. What a career and what an amazing leader you have been, and an inspiration to so many students and other fellow educators. Thank you so much for putting your heart and soul into these kids. They'll never forget you. I want you to know that. And my 3 kids want to say congratulations on your retirement. Thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Alderwoman. The chair recognizes Alderman Spizzato.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Kenner, Although I don't know you, I certainly know about you, your school, not only through sports, also academics, like my colleague Anthony Beal. I'm over here, sorry. I'm a big sports guy also. We know the powerhouse Whitney Young is, but we also know the academic powerhouse your school is. I know kids from my community want to go there so bad, and only so many can get there, but just the great things you do, the giving of yourself, which you have done. It's a job. Being a teacher is rough enough, but being a principal, I can't even imagine. But I just want to thank you for all your time and your commitment to our children. And I don't know if you noticed, well, I'm guessing you noticed, but we have a couple people in city council that went to Whitney Young. So, yeah, okay. But just want to say best wishes to you in retirement. Somehow, some way, I don't really believe you're going to really be retiring, but that's up to you. But thanks for all you did for the kids in our city. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to be associated with this resolution. Dr. Kenner, you're amazing. You are larger than life, and they should name the school after you. You have done so much. You have put Whitney Young on the map everywhere across the country. When a student applies at a university, they don't even think twice before they say yes, because you produce quality young people, you help transform their lives and send them on to the second phase of their life. And so you will have a rich and a blessed history, because you will be, for years, people will be walking up to you saying, Dr. Kenner, you did this, and Dr. Kenner. So you'll be able to look back for many, many years and still be proud of all the things that, now, as the tree begins to bear fruit, all the fruit you will see as you continue on whatever your new path is. I am so proud of you, and I want y'all to know she lives in the 8th Ward. So I'm grateful. The 8th Ward has a beautiful diamond, and you are that diamond, and you're shining bright. No matter what you do, you're going to continue to be a diamond, because you don't know how to be anything else but that. So today I say congratulations as you move on to the new part of your life, whatever that's going to be for you, and thank you for your service.
All right, so I'm next going to call on Alderman Rodriguez, who is going to be one of several alums singing the praises of his former principal. Why don't you come on up so she can see you? The chair recognizes Alderman Rodriguez.
I always have to wave from over here because I'm behind the pole here and the cheap seats over here. Congrats, Timmy. But it's quite the pleasure, Dr. Kenner. I believe as a member of your first graduating class in 1996, I remember you as our vice principal, then as our principal. You led with a smile. You led with grace. You led with firmness. And you were part of creating a generation of leaders throughout our city, may I say throughout our country, and that is not lost upon me, that a lot of that comes from your leadership. I congratulate you on behalf of my class of 1996. Was that your first class, Dr. Kenner? I think it was. Right around, yeah. And I salute you for all the years of work, and if we could do anything as alumni for you, we will, because you did so much for us. Thank you so much, Dr. Kenner.
Thank you, Alderman Rodriguez. Another Whitney Young alum, the chair recognizes Alderwoman Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. I enthusiastically support this resolution. Dr. Kenner, I don't know that any of us thought this day would actually come. Well, certainly that I'm standing here saying this to you as a member of this chamber. I was a junior in high school when you first started at Whitney Young as an assistant principal, and you were the first female assistant principal that I'd ever experienced. Timmy said earlier, representation matters, and I think none of that rings truer than right now in terms of what you did for the school, what you did for all the young people there. On behalf of my brothers, all of the Lees have gone to Whitney Young, and both of my sons are there now, and I'm so grateful that they had the opportunity to experience having Dr. Kenner as their principal before your retirement. on behalf of the thousands, literal thousands of 11th Ward residents and students who have attended Whitney Young over the years, thank you for all that you did to put Whitney Young on the map, to give all of us students a place, a home to thrive and to learn, and really to, as Alderman Rodriguez said, catapult our careers moving forward. Thank you, congratulations, and wish you all the best on whatever the next chapter brings.
Thank you, Alderwoman Lee. The chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
You don't know what's going to come out my mouth, do you? First of all, Dr. Kenner, I usually like to respect people's titles, but I don't like the way Bill said he's been a fan for a long time. But he say that because you got just a beautiful spirit. And like Alderman Bill, we all knew about you, but really got to know you doing sports. The battles between Simeon and Whitney Young. And don't think she cannot talk stuff, y'all, because she can, and she go at it hard. But that's because she loved not only her school, she loved her students. What I most appreciate about you, Dr. Kenner, always doing the right thing, always following the rules, but you were also, I feel like a person like me, you will stay on that line without crossing it. And I mean, you helped to get and help young black boys who you knew worked hard and had the dedication to get into Whitney Young High School. And one of my mentees, Bruce Wilson, graduated from Hampton University, doing good, making more money. I'm about to quit and work for him soon. And so those are the things that when we're talking about help building wealth in our community, help bringing young people in our community to grow to be the best that they can, no man is an island unto himself. They needed a Dr. Joyce Kenner, and for that, I appreciate you, I honor you, and I look to get on the tennis court with you and beat you like I did Alderman Sophia King. So this is not a goodbye, but definitely a thank you for all of your hard work. Love you so much.
Thank you, Alderman Moore. The chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I also rise in support of this resolution. Dr. Kenner, I just want to thank you so much. When I started as alderman, you had became the principal. And we worked so well together in the past 27 years. I've been blessed to have family members before you was principal, when you was assistant principal, who was in the at Whitney Young, my cousin. Also, my baby brother, Jason Burnett, graduated from Whitney Young. My son graduated from Whitney Young. And my granddaughter just graduated from Whitney Young. And they're all doing excellent. I've had the opportunity with each of those generations of being around young people from Whitney Young. You have given all of these young people the courage to try things, the opportunity to grow. You allow for all of your young people to come up with any type of club that they want to come up with. You support them. I go to the basketball games and the football games. You're the biggest cheerleader on the floor. You support your young people so well. You've done an excellent job in pushing for excellence. All of your young people, when they end up going to colleges, it's so easy for them because they already are conditioned to working hard, and they have no problem. You need to do more than just retire. I hope that no private institution take you. I will hope that the Board of Education try and keep you and use you in another space at the Board of Education, because we need people like you to help all of these other schools to push for excellence. I mean, every time I talk to someone in business, in particular African Americans that come in my office and do business with me, you ask them, what high school did you go to? Whitney Young. It's like every business person in this city pretty much went to Whitney Young, because you produce so many excellent people, and all of those young people end up becoming entrepreneurs and trying new things and committing and giving things back to the community. I just want to thank you so much for what you have done for that school. I always tell everyone, you're not shy. No one asked me for more stuff for their school than you have, Ms. Kenner. You know, you've asked for all types of things for your school, and you're very vigilant with it. And you encourage your parents and your students and everyone else to do it also. But I respect that. I respect the fact that you care and you love your children and your school so much that you will not stop at anything to get what you can for your young people. So I just want to commend you. We're going to miss you. You've done a great service for the city of Chicago, not only just for the young people at Whitney Young. All of those young people end up giving back to the city of Chicago. And I just want to say thank you. I hope that you do something else with the Board of Education to help to create more principals like yourself. Congratulations to you, and enjoy your retirement.
Thank you, Alderman Burnett. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Hairston. Hairston, yes. That's you.
Thank you. Members of the City Council, Mayor, I too rise in support of this resolution. I am an admirer for many, many years. And while I did not go to Whitney Young, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of Fifth Ward residents and friends and family that have come through the doors of Whitney Young. Your fervor, your exuberance that you bring to the school every day is translated into the young people that you educate. And being an educator is not just a title, it is a commitment. And you have done that well. You should be proud of all of the work that you've done. You should be proud of all of the different clubs that were created that expose the young people to different opportunities. You know, there's a saying, they can't be it if they can't see it. Well, you have helped them to see it. And most, if not all, of the graduates of Whitney Young are out there doing wonderful things, and that is a credit to you having been in their life. I hope that you enjoy your retirement, do what you want to do, and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. The chair recognizes Alderman Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Kenner, I have to tell you, I have 3 children, 3 kids. My wife and I, until she passed, we visited every major selective enrollment high school with my oldest. And then I took upon that responsibility for my middle one and for my youngest daughter. All of them wanted to, their first choice was to go to Whitney Young. And their main reason was because you are such a great cheerleader, such an inspiring leader, that you convince every child and every parent that Whitney Young is the high school that must be of choice for your kids. And although my 2 older kids did not make it to Whitney Young, my youngest one is now a freshman at Whitney. And that was her school of choice since she was in 5th grade. That was the school that she always dreamed of going to. And she made it. And she said, I want to go to Whitney because I love Dr. Kenner. And sadly, she got the news that you were retiring on her first year as a freshman. But then she met Mr. Harris. And Mr. Harris went to the best school of becoming a good principal, being taught by Dr. Kenner, because he is as inspiring as Dr. Kenner has always been with her students. And I have to tell you, I go to every swim meet, and I have seen you at the swim meet, Mr. Harris, because my daughter does swim. And so, Dr. Kenner, thank you so very much for building such a great school with such a great reputation that you have made every child in the city of Chicago wanting Whitney Young to be their high school of choice. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Alderman Maldonado. The chair recognizes Alderwoman King.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I too rise in favor of this resolution. Of course, I have to salute you, Dr. Kenner, Joyce. I see you got your grandbaby. Hey, Pumpkin. Hi. I know that that's really what's taken you away from public service. I will add to what everybody else has said, that you are the consummate leader. You put leadership, dedication, compassion, beauty inside and out into truly an unbeatable package. You have set the bar for what it means to lead a school, to lead a community, really. I know Principal Harris has big shoes to fill, but he's going to have his own path, and I know that, and he's done good work too. I have just admired you from afar and up close for years. I have always said to you that you have made Whitney Young truly the Stanford of high schools, public or private. And everybody has mentioned the athletics that you are passionate about, but you're equally as passionate about the academics, the arts. You see people, you see your students, and they recognize that you see them. And so, besides my colleagues here, I know that you have put out into this world so much, and I hope that you will see all that you have given coming back to you. I hope you see that because you have given of yourself so much over the years. I wish you nothing but the best. I know as a friend and a colleague that I will be able to stay close to you and be able to see what your next move is besides your two beautiful grandkids. But I just wish you the best and all the love for all that you have given our city. Thank you. Thank you for that, and thank you for your leadership. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Alderman King. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Austin.
Thank you, Madam President. I too joined this resolution to honor Dr. Kenner. Dr. Kenner, I never really called you Dr. Kenner. I always called you Dr. Joyce. But I think I'm a little jealous of some of those, and especially those that are alums. I could never get my children into Whitney Young. Every time I tried, it was like failure, failure, failure. But they all have admired you. Even though they graduated from other schools, they have always come home and talked about you wanting to go to Whitney Young. And for those that have come to our office to ask my assistance in helping them get into Whitney Young, I can give you a list this long of all of the young people that wanted to attend the school, not so much because of Whitney Young, but because of you. Most of the students that go there that come from 34 or out by our side know you the person, and that's wonderful to hear. So with Dr. Kenner retiring, I know that's not even in your spirit. I know that's not. So I know that you'll be doing something that will be outstanding for those that you are around. And congratulations on the years that you have given, but for the years that are to come. Thank you, Mr. President, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderwoman Austin. The chair recognizes Alderman Burke.
Thank you, Madam President, and Dr. Kenner, welcome to this historic chamber. Number one, let me say you're much too young to retire. You know, I've used this phrase often in referring to guests that come here to be honored. In law school, in first-year law school, we learn a Latin phrase, sui generis. It translates into one of a kind. And truly, Dr. Kenner is sui generis, one of a kind. And I say that as a proud grandparent. 3 of my grandchildren have experienced the wonderful school atmosphere Dr. Kenner has created. The oldest graduated last year and went to the University of Illinois. Emmett is a senior and Teddy's a junior. All of them are Menachie's too. The Murphy family is a proud family, proud to have been under your guidance for all these many years now, because they were all Aggies too. But there's one more Murphy that has to get in there. He's only in 5th grade now. But what a remarkable educator and human being Dr. Kenner is. Sui generis, one of a kind, and may God continue to grant you and your family good health and success and peace for many years to come. Congratulations. And I do remember our joint project when we got those 2 ping pong tables that the kids could play on during recess, and I hope they're still working. God bless.
Thank you, Alderman Burke. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Scott.
Thank you, Madam President. I too support this resolution, and I too am a graduate of Whitney Young High School. I wrote down a few words because I wanted to express what you mean to me and my family. My brother was a graduate, my aunts were graduates, my cousins, and my very close friends. You mean your legacy. You have an amazing reputation. Your dedication, your hard work, your compassion, your consistency, and your leadership. If you look around the room, I think it's maybe, can the Whitney Young graduates please stand? This is the success that you have bred within City Council. Your dedication to education has brought us this far and so many others, and we thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kenner.
Thank you, Alderwoman Scott. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Madam President. Everybody has talked a lot about you personally and the dynamic that you brought to that school, and I think it's because of the love that you have for our students. And I want to say this, black kids in the city of Chicago really didn't have a lot of great options coming up. I know that I felt and my parents felt that we did not, but Whitney Young always stood out as a school of choice in the black community. If you lived on the west side, you lived on the south side, wherever you lived in this city, and that was because of, I think, the love that you showed for the kids attending those schools. Not to put anyone else down, but as we saw, it was a place where young people could grow, young people can come into their own, and young people could understand and find themselves, and that's a tribute to you and the love that you have for the students. And so as you move into the next phase of your life, please make sure that you continue to support these young people, support the dreams and the aspirations that all of us have for them. And again, just thank you for the work that you put into making so many young people's lives great. And as you see the members here in this body, I too almost went to Whitney Young, but fate sent me somewhere else. But nonetheless, it is the school has just been synonymous with excellence in the black community in the city of Chicago, and that is because of you. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Alderman Irvin. Any other members of the body that wish to speak? The chair recognizes Alderman Ramirez-Rosa.
Madam Chair, it is such a treat to honor Dr. Joyce Kenner today, DJK. I got to spend 6 years with Dr. Joyce Kenner from 2001 to 2007, not because it took me 6 years to finish high school.
Thanks for the clarification.
I was not a super senior. I got to attend the Academic Center. And the thing about Dr. Kenner is that she really sees all the kids in the school as her kids. She spends time in the lunchrooms, whether it be red house or blue house, gold house or green house. She walks around the school. She's in and about and involved in the life of the school community. And one of the things that I love so much about you, Dr. Kenner, is that you really gave us the space to grow. You understood that it's okay for children, and it's necessary for young people to take risks. You always found ways to support all the crazy things that I wanted to do and so many other students wanted to do in that school. You also understood that it was okay to make mistakes and that young people need to learn from their mistakes. And so you truly created a culture where our young people felt supported and they felt like they had the support structure that they needed to grow. And the testament of what Whitney Young graduates have gone on to do across this nation and the globe is a testament to your prowess as an educator, to you as a maternal figure, to you as a steward of young people in our community. And so the entire city of Chicago owes you a great debt. Our entire nation owes you a great debt. When I was at Whitney Young High School, I remember Whitney Young became the school with the most black students to get a 5, the top score in their AP exams. That is what you accomplished here in the city of Chicago. That is how you helped put the city of Chicago and Black Chicago on the map. So you have done such a great job, not just for the Black community, but for the Latino community. For those that might not know, Latino students are actually now the majority at Whitney Young High School, because we keep having kids. Happy Latinx Heritage Month. But I want to say that it was just such a wonderful experience to spend 6 years from you. I have so many wonderful, wonderful, formative memories with you. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm so honored to be able to stand here today as a member of this council and honor you after many years of service. We have a school song at Whitney Young. I'm not going to sing it, but for those of you that went to Whitney Young, you know that this song is extremely important, and Dr. Kenner made sure that we always knew this song. So one of the verses of the song was, "In Whitney Young there beats a heart of strength and contentment." And I think that that was you. You're that heart of strength and contentment. You were the pillar that everything at that school was built around. And the school song starts like this: "The hopes and dreams of our tomorrow link us together. Within the walls of Whitney Young, will make them come true." That will now be in the record of the Chicago City Council for eternity. So you really helped make the hopes and dreams of our tomorrow come true for so many young people. So on behalf of all of the graduates at Whitney Young Magnet High School, on behalf of the 35th Ward, on behalf of the City of Chicago, thank you, thank you, thank you. Enjoy your retirement.
Thank you, Alderman. Any other members of the body wish to speak to this resolution? I will just briefly say a few words. Dr. Kenner, I think all the praise that you've heard from members of the body with personal experience with you is all well-deserved. But I do want to share a couple of notes that I want to make sure that people know and that are in the record. Whitney Young is a true academic powerhouse, not just in our city, not just in our state, but in our country. Folks, Whitney Young has won the state academic decathlon 25 times out of 26 years. That is a tremendous accomplishment. Under Dr. Kenner's leadership, Whitney Young is a national blue ribbon school, another incredible academic accomplishment. And of course, we all know Whitney Young is a powerhouse as well in sports: basketball, chess, golf, swimming, tennis, band, choir, cheer, and so many other things. If I had to add a few other words, I'll say this. The times that I've been there, what I felt was this incredible pride amongst the students. They are proud to be students of Whitney Young. They are proud to be Dolphins. And you have created that culture within the school where those kids feel a sense of purpose and belonging, which is so incredibly important. Our young people have to have a sense of connectedness, and you have done that for them. I would also say that you have built an incredibly great legacy. Some people are great leaders, but when you really are a great leader, you build a legacy. And you build a legacy that will sustain itself after you leave the stage. And that's exactly what you've done. Principal Harris, you know you have big shoes to fill, but I know that you have been groomed and prepared and will continue on the legacy and excel in your own right. I would also say, folks, that you need to recognize that Dr. Kenner is not only a great leader of a particular school, she is an incredibly generous person to her colleagues, within the school, but across the school system. I've seen how people frankly defer to you as the dean of the high school principals and what you've done to help support others in their journey to aspire to have the same level of greatness and excellence that you have. So I want to thank you on behalf of your colleagues for everything that you've done. Now I have to close with a funny anecdote that I think in some ways encapsulates Dr. Kenner. And you've heard me say this before, so indulge me for repeating it, but I think it is the essence of you. Everybody knows that I'm a crazy sports fan. So I was at the high school city public league basketball championship down at UIC. Tough game between Whitney Young and Kenwood. Tensions were high, and Whitney Young brought a huge student section, and they were very raucous, very enthusiastic, and there was a call that was made by a ref that the student section didn't quite like. And so they were very vocal in expressing themselves and used some language that was not appropriate. Now, I'm sitting across from them, see this happening. Dr. Kenner's a few seats down from me. Next thing I know, this blur happens. She jumps up, waves her hand, and says across the stadium, "Hey, cut that out." And immediately, the student section was quiet. That kind of command, that kind of respect, all of us would envy having that. But what that shows is the Dr. Kenner is respected and beloved by the students, past and present, at that school. And that, to me, speaks volume about your leadership. So we all wish you a happy retirement. I know that we will continue to see you. I know that you continue to contribute in very powerful ways, as you already have, to the legacy of not only Whitney Young, to the legacy of all the students who have passed through there. You've set a standard of excellence that they will carry with them the rest of their lives. And on behalf of a grateful city, I also just want to say thank you. All right, our second resolution, ladies and gentlemen, is honoring our former colleague, Michelle Smith, who will be coming to the box momentarily.
Do you want to speak on that?
Please let me know if you would like to speak.
Kirsten Dow.
Dow.
Smith. Yeah. Kirsten Dow.
All right, in the box is Alderwoman Smith and her husband. Are we ready?
Here.
All right, first up, the chair recognizes Alderwoman Hairston.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the City Council. I rise in support of this resolution. It has been many years of fights, of hard work, of testing the system, the legal things that we have been able to accomplish because of our similar backgrounds and our different perspectives, I think, have come to make ordinances that make really good sense for the city of Chicago. And so I thank you for your wisdom, your leadership, and as my counterpart on the Women's Caucus, We've managed to do some amazing things, and I'm proud of the work that we've done. Again, I'm proud of your guidance. You are always there to make sure that not only are we doing our best, but that we color within the lines. And it has been an honor and a privilege to serve with you. I had a great time at one of your retirement parties. And you are really going to be missed. I am really going to miss you, but I am joining your club, so I'm sure we'll get together. Congratulations.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Mitz.
Thank you, Madam President. Michelle, I just wanted to let you know I really appreciate you. I appreciate the work that you've done. I appreciate the advice that you were given and your firmness. You spoke your mind. You didn't hold anything back. You always stood firm and represented the constituents of the 43rd Ward. And you helped us as much as you could in other areas. I won't ever forget the Airbnb ordinance and how you fought for your constituents. It was tough, but you stuck with it. We were able to make the changes after listening to you. You brought a great wealth of knowledge that gave a different perspective for myself. So I really appreciate you, and I wish you well on your retirement. And the fact that you're going to be able to spend more time with your family really warms my heart. So congratulations on it. Hope that you'll be around, that I won't be able to say she's gone, but she's just not here. So thank you so much, and God bless you and your family. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Dow.
Thank you, Madam President. This is bittersweet for me. I'm a member of the Michelle Smith Fan Club. And I just want to hearken back to some early days when we were both campaigning and moving around in various parts of the city, going to these forums and things, how we were both feeling about the journey that we were embarking on and the questions that we had and the conversations that we had. I will always remember that. I wanted to also acknowledge your leadership and just great strategic thinking on the creation of the COFA office, the work that you've done on behalf of the committees with the Inspector General's office and how you approach that and use your lawyer skills in a very down-to-earth way to make us all understand where we needed to go and how we were going to go. I appreciate your leadership on that. Finally, I want to thank you for opening up resources in your community as I was struggling to redevelop the Rosenwall, and thankful for the connections and the introductions that you made, which we've been able to continue to develop those relationships. So thank you very much. I'm going to miss you, Michelle. And I wish you the best as you, go on to the next phase. And I just want to say I was very happy for you when you found love and got married. Yeah, you keep hope alive, right? Thank you so much for your contributions to the 43rd Ward, your contributions to the city, and your contributions to maintaining the sisterhood. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Alderwoman Dow. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you, Madam President. Michelle, I'm truly going to miss you. You've been a wonderful partner here. You've helped me in ways that I will never be able to forget. And just like Alderman Dow, that you're an attorney, you're able to come, you speak the language, but you break it down so people like me who don't understand it all get it. So I appreciate your leadership and your commitment, and for you being unselfish and helping people with information. Everybody needs a little help, no matter how long you've been here. So I thank you for helping me And I thank you for being patient and working with me and all the meetings and the times that you gave me sitting in the space. I'll never forget that. You are a true leader. I thank you for your leadership, and I thank you for your friendship and your guidance. God bless you on your new journey.
Thank you, Alderwoman Harris. The chair recognizes Alderman Wagasback.
Thank you, Madam President. Michelle, it's been great working with you over the last several years. I know we had a lot of late night sessions working on issues of reform and transparency and working on the OIG's office, but also working in the community, really trying to build these strong communities where public safety was always a priority, great schools, our strong business corridors that we shared, the community organizations that we worked with. And when I look back at all that work that we've done, it led to, I think, great things in those stronger communities and hopefully a stronger council as well. I think our colleagues touched on a few great issues that you worked on, the Airbnb, the COFA issue, the OIG stuff that really wasn't out in the open, but you led the effort on, along with your staff. And you always had great staff in that office that we were always happy to work with and collaborate with on a myriad of different issues. And I know that, as I mentioned earlier, Timmy Knutson's stepping in. He's got follow in the footsteps of a lot of great aldermen that came out of the 43rd Ward. You being the last one there, but looking back at a strong line of aldermen, probably starting after Patty Baller, but the work that you've all done to really make those communities what they are has been incredible, and I was glad to work with you. I look forward to the continued work on the North Branch Park. I look forward to seeing you and Lee walking down the street and maybe out on the river too, when we hit the kayaks. So congratulations on these many great years of work, and we'll miss you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Wagasback. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Haddon.
Thank you, Madam President. Michelle, congratulations. I feel like this has got to be very bittersweet. And while I've only had the opportunity to work with you for a little over 3.5 years, like many of our more senior colleagues, I've learned a lot from you. So I don't have a ton to say, right? We didn't get to work in the trenches together on a ton of legislation, but I very much appreciated your leadership in ethics and in the way you do this job. We have so many different viewpoints from our constituents, right? From the city, from our history. We've got a very heavy history of what it means to be an alderperson in the city of Chicago. And so for every single person in this body, all of our colleagues current and the ones of you that are leaving, Michelle, you're one of them, that make sure to bring ethics, right? Integrity and consistency and service to that role. We owe you a great debt and a thank you as the newer people coming in who are trying to continue to reform that space to change what it means to be a Chicago alderman. So thank you for all that you've done for our city and for your constituents and for your colleagues.
Thank you, Alderwoman Haddon. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Silverstein.
Thank you, Michelle. You're hearing this a lot from all of us, but congratulations. We're sorry that you're leaving, but you're leaving on a high, and you're leaving knowing that you've done some really wonderful things for your ward and for the city as a whole. So go out feeling good about all of your accomplishments and make sure that you still lend us your advice when we need it, because you always have really great advice. So I thank you for that. I'm going to miss you in particular because our Jewish caucus is now down to one person. And so I'm going to miss collaborating with you on issues that affect our Jewish community. But again, I know that I can always reach out to you with any kind of issues or concerns. So thank you so much for everything, and we will definitely miss you.
Thank you, Alderwoman Silverstein. The chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Thank you very much. I also like to stand in support of this resolution. Michelle, we appreciate you. We appreciate your ethics stance. We appreciate you being concerned about your community, being your neighbor to the south. You and I had the opportunity to work on a lot of things. In particular, I want to thank you for your support with affordable housing. A lot of folks don't know, when they think about Lincoln Park, they only think about the wealthy part of Lincoln Park. They don't know that Lincoln Park is diverse. Lincoln Park has always had affordable housing in Lincoln Park. But you took it another step. You encouraged to get more affordable housing built in Lincoln Park. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for caring for all of the people. Matter of fact, you and Lee right now are volunteering with a local community organization in my ward that help poor kids in my ward, so I want to thank you for that. I appreciate everything that you have done for the city of Chicago. You serve with honor, integrity. You've just been a great person. It's been a joy to work with you. And I look forward to seeing what else you're going to do in the future, and I got a couple of other organizations to hook you up with to work on in my ward. But I just want to say thank you. As Silverstein just said, we're losing another Jewish colleague. As I will call you all my Hebrew homies, I'm losing another Hebrew homie. So I just want to say Todah to you and Zai Gazan.
Alderman Burnett. The chair recognizes Alderman Spizzato.
Thank you, Madam President. I, too, of course, support this resolution. I don't know if anybody knows this about Michelle and me, but it actually involves Michelle, James, and myself. So way back in 2007, we all lost. I know I got my brains beat in. I don't remember how much they lost by, but we put together a little group of people. We did a little bit of brainstorming about politics. We became friends then, lasted about a year, then it kind of fell apart. 2011 comes around, 2010 we're all running, 2010 the three of us win. So she's my longest friend in council. Actually, you're tied with James, my longest friend. Appreciate all you did. Sometimes even though you're about the same age as me, sometimes I think you felt you were my mom because I just was who I am, and you always try to control me and keep me down. But no, I looked at her as a sister. So, but I just appreciate you so much. Best wishes to you. Best wishes for you in the future. Thank you for all you did. You had the utmost integrity. Appreciate your friendship, so on and so forth. I just can't say enough about you, all you've done. And Tim, you got, I know she's got little feet, but you got big shoes to fill, so it's going to be a tough one. So, but with that, Madam President, thank you very much, and best wishes, and God bless you and your family, Michelle. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Osterman.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, Michelle, until now, I didn't know that we had you to thank for having Nick Spizzato with us. But in all seriousness, I'm very happy for you. You were a great council partner. You brought a great deal of your integrity and ethics to this body and to the city of Chicago, which very much needed it. And I appreciate the fact that you were always independent in how you voted, how you conducted yourself. So it was wonderful serving with you. I think, a lot of people think it would be easy to be the alderman of the 43rd Ward, and trust me, knowing some of your constituents, I don't know how you did it, but your community is thriving, in large part because of the work you've done on the schools, advocating for more green space, helping the businesses and the constituents get through COVID that we've all went through the last couple of years. I also just want to say, through all the debates over the years, having you as someone to talk to has always been helpful to me. And as we pushed for civilian oversight that was very much needed, you played a very critical role in that you and I both know about, and you helped make that happen. So wish you nothing but the best in whatever you do next, and God bless.
Thank you, Alderman Osterman. The chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First, I just want to
thank you, Michelle, for your public service, as the city should. Your leadership on ethics and really anything you work on should be commended. Something that speaks to me personally, and I wanted to make sure to share this, is just your openness and willing to engage in like the meat of the discussion. Like there are often times where you talk to colleagues and they're like, hey, you know what, I'm not interested, but you've always been open to really engage in things where you may not have started out in agreement, but you're able to dig enough through the weeds that it becomes a more fruitful conversation because of it. And so I want to personally thank you, and I have thanked you before, for the conversation we had about the Empowering Communities for Public Safety Ordinance when we were trying to get civilian oversight passed. We were trying our hardest to find a way to get it out of the Public Safety Committee, and it was hard to engage with everybody about it. But there was one evening where I was able to get on a phone call with you and say, hey, Michelle, if you can just look at this thing and let us know which things you have issue with, then we can come back and figure out something we could work on. And I just remember handing it over and going, okay, fingers crossed, we'll see what happens, and getting the call back from you to say, you know what, thank you so much for asking me to kind of dig in. It seems very sensible. Here's a couple things I'd like to see addressed that allowed us to actually move it forward and get it out of the Public Safety Committee. And so we would not have the most progressive civilian oversight in the nation were it not for your part in that whole process to get it out of the committee and then onto the council floor to pass. And so that means a lot personally to me because it's a lot of the work that I was running to come to this seat to do and that we ultimately were able to accomplish thanks in no small part to your help. So I want to thank you for that, for always being engaging, open, warm in the conversation. And I think clearly there are shoes to fill, but I also know that as a neighbor in the 43rd Ward, you'll be there for council so that we can have Timmy follow in those footsteps, and I know we will. So thank you for your service. The City of Chicago thanks you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Vasquez. The chair recognizes Alderman Laspada.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Michelle, we got to work together for years before either of us were alder people. I remember sitting at tables with you over at St. Clement's when I was an organizer with the Jane Addams Senior Caucus. And you were fighting for your community then, and you're still fighting. And the great thing is knowing you, that leadership doesn't have to do with the title that comes in front of your name. That your leadership in your community is going to continue far past this season of service. And what I'm so grateful for about you is the best qualities that I got to see in you then, about your collaborativeness, about how you communicate, about how you forge these compromises. It's still there. Everything that was best about you then, before you were an alderman, is here in the Michelle Smith who's leaving that council. And that's a beautiful thing to be able to say about a person. And it's something that I could only hope for myself. So I'm really grateful for having gotten to serve with you. I'm really grateful for what we're going to work on after this, because you still deserve that park. Your community still deserves the North Branch Preserve Park, and we're going to keep fighting to make that happen. Thank you so much for everything that you've given to this city. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Laspada. The chair recognizes Alderman Cardenas. Alderman Cardenas. Alderman Cardenas. Going once, going twice.
I'm sorry, I was talking.
The chair recognizes Alderman Cardenas.
Apologize. I was in talking about some other stuff. Michelle, we were on the just in the back talking about council and how we're going to miss you. Your skill. We're going to miss your skill sets, and we're going to miss your straight, ethical work that you did for this council. Very much appreciated over the years that you centered on, and as not only chair but also on the legislation. So thank you for that. Hardworking, you represent an affluent area, but you care about the little things, which I appreciate because it affected my community. And so I'm going to miss you. The fact that you're not going to be here, I'm not going to be here as well. But we're going to miss you just in the council. I think you are a phenomenal person and phenomenal former prosecutor that brought so many skill sets here that we need. So they're going to miss you, and best to you.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Martin.
Thank you, Madam President. Michelle, I'll try to keep it brief. I just wanted to underscore two things that a lot of colleagues have already shared. One was the intellectual vigor and care and camaraderie that you brought to chairing this new committee, where unlike some other committees, unclear exactly where it should be taken, where it could be taken, knowing that for a lot of us there was a mandate to do something different coming in 2019, and just so appreciated how you managed things, a lot of very complicated issues, and to have someone like yourself who you sweat the details. You know things just as well, if not better, than everybody who's working around you, which I think is a true testament to a terrific leader, someone who's never going to be outworked by the folks who are working for them and working with them. And I think at the end of the day, the product, the legislation that we've been able to pass through your committee is a testament to your stewardship of that and making sure that everyone felt heard, that their concerns were addressed. And then on a more personal note, just enjoyed working with you as a colleague. I remember you inviting me to your office as I was just coming in to my own and talking with me about how you did zoning and how you worked on public safety issues and business issues. And as a younger city council member, I just so appreciated you and others proactively reaching out and just letting us know, yeah, it's going to be a lot. And this was even pre-pandemic, but whether it was always being a sounding board for challenging constituent issues, or even always saying, hey, I know you're just a vice chair, but I want to bring you in and help you understand what I'm doing, and I want your feedback. I just thought was really kind and something that wasn't necessary, but something that I will always remember, especially as I work to pay it forward in subsequent years. So thank you for your service and thank you for your friendship.
Thank you, Alderman Martin. The chair recognizes Alderman Knudsen.
Michelle, first off, I just want to say thank you so much. I acknowledge how big of shoes I have to fill, but I'm grateful to you for the way that the 43rd Ward office currently runs. There's no question that 43rd Ward has an amazing staff, and that's a testament to your leadership. I'm hoping to lean on you a bit if you're up for it, and take as many lessons from you as I can. I've loved the coffees we've gotten at Golden Dagger over the past couple of years, and learning about how dynamic your career has been even outside and before council. So I'm looking forward to seeing you and Lee at our local farmers market going forward. And again, I'm happy this is the first time I'm speaking from this seat, because I can't thank you enough.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman O'Reilly.
Thank you, Madam President. Congratulations, Michelle, on your retirement. I've had the pleasure of being your seatmate now for a number of years, and I got to say, having worked with a lot of people in this body, you are one of the most gifted legislators that I've worked with here. And also, which is sometimes rare in this body, you're also a rational human being, and I thank you for that. But throughout, no matter what the debate was, the subject matter, you always contributed to the civil discourse here. You are a detail-oriented person, and it shows, especially during debate. And we work together on a lot of issues. As you know, the 42nd Ward and 43rd Ward have a lot of the same kind of quality of life issues. And when I wasn't trying to take the lead on one, you were. And certainly all the great work you've done around ethics reform, helping create COFA, getting the Inspector General's office right with the proper jurisdictions, the Airbnb and rideshare regulations that impact everyone in the city, our work with Alderman Hairston and Alderman Tunney, Alderman Hopkins on life safety exams for our high-rises to protect our constituents, and generally your support for Chicago's business community. Certainly our restaurant industry, our hotels and conventions, but especially our retailers. You've been there for them every step of the way during your career, and I know that they appreciate you and are going to miss you here. And finally, as we're heading into budget season, you asked a lot of the right questions all the time, and I would riff off of the work you did during our budget hearings, and I think it made all of us ask smarter questions. And so your voice is going to be missed in the next couple of months. I know that Timmy's going to step up to the plate and do a great job for your constituents. You've set a great example, and I think you've served the people of the 43rd Ward honorably and very, very well. So I will miss you. I know my colleagues will, and I wish you the very best, whatever you do next. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Riley. The chair recognizes Alderman Tunney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I rise, obviously, with a lot of love as your other seatmates, and it's ironic that Alderman Riley and I are speaking right next to each other, and the continuity that you bring to the leadership styles in 43. We've been around a long time, from Bill Singer to now Timmy Knutson, but you have been unique. And I'll say this in a way that I hope is complimentary. We had, because there's a meeting we had, you were a freshman alderman, and we were involved with the census in 2010, 11, and we had a North Side meeting that was kind of there were maybe 10 or 12 of us, and it was at DePaul. You know where I'm going with this. And I never saw a more outspoken individual about the need to keep Lincoln Park together and how dare you, destroy my community. And it was poetic, actually, to be honest with you. Because I saw Dick Mell on one side and like, who is this person? So we laughed then, we laughed now. We've shared a lot of commonalities, a lot of good times. And as your neighbor and your friend, everyone else has said about your integrity and such, but you're also a lot of fun to be around. And so we're going to grow old together. I didn't realize, one other thing, I didn't realize that you were a SUNY graduate from Buffalo. I was not too far in Ithaca, so we both ended up coming to Chicago. I was originally here, but it's just fun that we have so much in common, and we've shared a lot of good times together, and there'll be more good times ahead. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Alderman Tunney. The chair recognizes Alderman Nugent.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Michelle, for your constant commitment to your community and to all of us here in City Council. I just, on a personal level, want to thank you for your advice, for your counsel, for your support. It's been a real pleasure to work with you, and in particular, there was 2 areas that you and I worked on together. There was the JISC, the Juvenile Intervention Support Center, as well as ethics reform, and I loved working with you on those issues, and I loved learning from you. And some of my favorite phone calls over the past 3.5 years were the calls where you and I would just get into the weeds on legislation and ordinances and the nuances of it and how we can move that needle in the right direction. And so that's been a real personal point of privilege for me to work with you like that. I think it's really interesting that so many of our colleagues have brought up how great you are at asking the tough questions, and I agree with everybody. I'm going to miss you, particularly as Alderman Riley said during budget season, but not only do you ask the difficult questions, but nobody can ask them as elegantly and eloquently as you, and I think that's a really amazing thing about you. So thank you and well wishes.
Thank you, Alderman Nugent. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Sadlowski Garza.
Alderwoman Michelle, I wanted to say thank you for all your work over the years. Thank you for being my friend. Thank you for being my confidant. You will be missed, and I'm looking forward to seeing you on the outside.
Any other members of the body that wish to speak? Alderwoman Lee, and then I'll get to Austin.
Hello. Thank you, Madam President. And I also rise in support of this resolution. Michelle, what can I say? I'm honored and grateful to have to be able to call you my colleague, even for this short amount of time. Your leadership on this body has left an indelible mark, and I think we have big shoes to fill, not just Timmy, but the rest of us as well, and hope to follow in your footsteps in terms of the impact that you've made that we're going to see for generations. So thank you for all that you did. Thank you for all the personal counsel you've provided to me, and I look forward to never erasing your phone number from my phone. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman Lee. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Austin.
Thank you, Madam President. This is not goodbye, because you know that some of us will be calling you. But Michelle, you are a wealth of information and a wealth of knowledge that I'm grateful to have been able to glean from you during my time here. That anytime that I had a question that I needed answered that I didn't want anybody to know about, I could come to you and you would give me sage advice. So that part of you I'm going to miss, but I'm glad I'll be able to call you as well. I'm also grateful that you took some of my fashion advice. Always. Thank you so much for being that friend that at the time that when you needed it, you were a good friend to me. And I'm grateful for that, especially during my time of illness when you came and you stood by me and you said that I'm continuing to pray for you. And that means the world to me. So I'm going to miss that part of us being able to share in here. So again, congratulations. Who gets congratulated on retirement? But on your retirement, I hope you just enjoyed the life that God have allowed you to live. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Austin. The chair recognizes Alderman Rodriguez.
I just got to real quickly just say it's been a joy. It's been a real pleasure. You're a friend. Good people attract good people. Your Chief of Staff, Eric, awesome guy. And, kudos to you for, continuing to attract good people around you. That says so much about you and your leadership and who you are as an individual. Godspeed and have a great, I know it's not really a retirement, but have a great next chapter.
Thank you, Alderman Rodriguez. Last call. Anyone else that wishes to speak to this resolution? Michelle, we've known each other for a very long time. We run in the same circles because of our backgrounds. I've always respected and admired you. You've heard the praise of your colleagues and how much you've contributed to them personally, to this body. And one of the things I admire most about you is not only are you a fierce advocate for a very tough ward. I think you'd be the first to acknowledge that. But you also understand your responsibility as a fiduciary for the entire city. And as you've heard from your colleagues of various matters in which you weighed in that didn't necessarily directly impact your ward, but affected the city. Your counsel, your clear-headedness, and your way to analyze problems and get to the other side and resolutions. And I appreciate that Alderman Osterman had reminded, I think, the body of the work that you did in the final throes to get the civilian oversight ordinance over the threshold to a city council vote and approval. You leave a great legacy of accomplishment. You should be extraordinarily proud. And I think it's also a testament to who you are, that part of why you're leaving is because you are taking care of yourself, but importantly, taking care of your family. You're a mensch in the truest sense of the word, and I will miss you as being part of this body, but I'm confident that we will continue to be in contact on a range of different issues. And I know you're going to be in my ear about certain projects left undone. So, but I will receive those comments and calls with glee and always be looking out to make sure you and your family are doing well. So thank you for honoring the city with your service. The chair recognizes Alderman Harris.
To allow Alderman Smith to speak.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Let's get her a microphone.
Get her a mic.
Why don't you come, if you could, come to the front.
Got a bad foot.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Thank you. I don't know if the city can stand hearing from two 43rd Ward aldermen in one day, but I will keep it brief, which I don't always do, right? Thank you, Mayor Lightfoot, and all of you, my colleagues, for the kind words you said today. And congratulations to Alderman Tim Knutson for joining council today and I'm sure that he will be looking forward to his service immediately, as we all know, serving our ward. I really want to thank my excellent staff and the wonderful employees of the city, of the departments of the city, who I know are passionate about our city. And I really want to thank you, my colleagues, for the many initiatives and good ideas that you have had over the years, that took years sometimes, but did finally make its way into the policy of our city. And I want to thank you also for the support you've given over the years to win government reforms on ethics and transparency. I'm proud of the work that we did together to reverse the course of the historic river of corruption in Chicago. The work is never done. I especially want to thank my husband Lee for his good humor, love, and support, and to my family, who is all over the United States because they're all up and grown. I do want to let you know that, as is the custom in the 43rd Ward, the aldermen never leave. We are all still there in the 43rd Ward, and all of them. And we all get involved, and I will be volunteering with my colleague Walter Burnett, with my husband, for Youth for a Better Future, a wonderful nonprofit helping the kids at Marshallfield Gardens Apartments to do well as they come into Lincoln Park High, and also with private citizens to keep working on achieving the North Branch Park and Preserve. I wanted to just take a moment to give a little defense of us as aldermen and what we do and what we mean to this city. Because sometimes there's people in the public, in think tanks or the press, who think that really individual aldermen should be replaced with a giant bureaucracy and maybe just technology. And I just wanted to take a minute to stick up for us. For we as aldermen are the direct link to the people in our wards to hear their voices and to provide services to our people to make their lives better. Fixing streets, planting trees, and picking up the trash are not lowly things, and they are not ends in of themselves. They create the support system so that people in our city can work, raise their families, and build their lives. Providing services to our people and keeping them informed are the most important things we do. Our offices is where we give voice to the people in deciding the fate of their own communities in direct democracy, helping people have a place. People everywhere want to have a say about what goes on in their immediate surroundings. Their voices matter, and that's why certainly in the 43rd Ward, and I'm sure in many of your wards, we have long public meetings. They're orderly, and everybody gets a chance to say what they think. And because of that, those voices matter, and they have made our developments better, our traffic safer, and our ideas always better. Protests are really important things of American society, but everyday listening is where we fill a critical part of the American experiment of making democracy work. You know, there's a really famous painting called Freedom of Speech, and it's a painting of during World War II. By a guy named Norman Rockwell. And it's a guy standing at a public meeting saying something, and we don't know what he's saying until you look closely at the painting, and the man is holding in his hand a rolled up piece of paper, and on it it says, local budget. That shows that one of the hallmarks of our democracy is to do what the people need on the things that affect them. Our role to listen directly to the people dictated everything we did for the last 12 years, to provide good parks and schools, to the doubling of children under the age of 18 in our ward, so that the moms and dads can work here and have a place to live that's close to where they work downtown. To preserve our neighborhoods so that young adults realize there's a place beyond the suburbs where they can raise a family and help neighborhood businesses. Every improvement ever made in our community started with listening to the neighbors, and I've been proud to help many dreams come true. Local grassroots government is the most direct and honorable place for people to have a voice, to work out compromises, and to help our neighbors live in peace. Thank you again for the opportunity to serve our community as alderman. It has been the honor of my life to serve. Thank you, and I love you all.
Gentlemen, we're still on resolutions. And certainly last but not least is a resolution in recognition of Hispanic Heritage Month. We have coming into the box Ernesto Martinez, who is an official with the Illinois Secretary of State, Caterina Ramos from Heartland Alliance, Cecilia Mendoza, Heartland Alliance, Carlos Rivas, Chicago COPA, Laura Mendoza, the Resurrection Project, Gabriela Nelson, the Department of Housing, Noel Sanchez, Pastor Ileana Zejas, Grace and Peace Church, and Pastor John Zejas, Grace and Peace Church. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Are there any members of the body who wish to speak to this resolution? The chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand to be associated with the resolution. Today, Latinos represent the largest minority group in the city, state, and nation. Specifically, Latinos account for approximately 820,000 of the city's total population, and now more than ever, representation exists and is increasingly growing. The Chicago City Latino Caucus created the Chicago Latino Caucus Foundation to strengthen a much-needed talent pipeline to fulfill leadership gaps in the public, private, and not-for-profit sectors with equitable resources such as scholarships and professional development. As of today, the Foundation Scholarship Program has awarded over $800,000 to over 150 recipients, and more than 100 fellows have graduated from the Leadership Academy. Chicago continues to be a welcoming city that supports and celebrates Latinos despite outside efforts by xenophobic political actors. And this is one of the many reasons why I'm proud to be a Latino chair, the Latino Caucus, alongside my fellow Latino Caucus members, and live in a city that acknowledges, celebrates, and uplifts the significant contributions, history, and diverse cultures of the Latino community. I would also add that being Hispanic Heritage Month, the Latino Caucus is providing a light lunch in room 300A so that my colleagues can get a taste of the Latino cuisine. And so I welcome all my colleagues to, at some point when this meeting is over, when we get down to the business, to get to 300A and get a taste of the Caribbean. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Villegas. The chair recognizes Alderman Cardona.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand here to support the Latino Heritage Month. Many of my residents in my ward are Mexican, Guatemalan, Salvadoran, Honduran, and many from Latin American countries. As a proud Puerto Rican whose wife is Honduran, I'm very honored to be part of a culture rich of history and heritage. I hope the people in Puerto Rico will recover quickly from Hurricane Fiona. I urge federal government to allocate sufficient funds towards recovery. Also, I pray for the people of Mexico that they are safe and well from the earthquake experience that happened on Monday. I want to thank you, City Council and Mayor's Office, for the microgrants program. In my ward, I felt it was necessary to allocate the funding to support our small businesses as they continue to recover from our financial burdens from the pandemic that was brought upon us. In my ward, 7 businesses have been selected to receive direct financial support, all of which are minority-owned and 5 are Latino. This is one way we can support Latinos and all the residents of Chicago. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Cardona. The chair recognizes Alderman Maldonado.
I also want to join in support of this resolution. every year we celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, and this is no different. And I'm joined with the comments by our chairman, Chairman Villegas, that today we are celebrating also that we have become, Latinos, the largest minority group in the city of Chicago. And it is an immense pride to see a great representation of our young Latinos, community leaders or business leaders in the box here today, representing many of our Latin American countries throughout that we have represented in the city of Chicago. In one of them is my neighbor, Carlos Rivas, whom I've known since he was a little kid. And I don't know what made him move right across the street from my house. It is the worst neighbor you can ever think to have. Just kidding. He's one of the best neighbors we have. I've known him since he was about 10 years old. Always, always, always very active in our community. So congratulations to you. Congratulations to the rest of the leaders that are sitting in this box. And I'm so glad, Madam Mayor, that you have made the point to bring a representation of all the Latin American groups that we have in the city of Chicago. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Alderman Maldonado. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Madam President, and to members of our council and to our esteemed guests. Just wanted to stand on behalf of the members of the Chicago Automatic Black Caucus in recognition of Latino Heritage Month. And this will be the first time that Chairman Villegas is sprung for lunch. So we will definitely take him up on his offer. But I do intend, though, to return the favor in the month of February, but I'm sure you'll have that during budget season if the chairman shall allow for us to have lunch as we always have had. So again, just congratulations on the work that you all are doing in your community, especially the caucus and their foundation, and again, continued success. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Irvin. The chair recognizes Alderman Raboyos.
No, I wasn't speaking, Madam Chair.
Alderwoman Mitz.
Chairman, I stand to recognize the Latino Heritage Month for the Hispanics, and let me just say for my community, I have a lot of Latinos in the community who I work with very well, and I see one is over in the box, Pastor John Zyrus, grace and peace, for the last 15, 20 years, almost as long as I've been in the council, working with him. And we don't see colors. We see humans, and we see needs, and we work to make those needs and try to help people, whether it be the African American, whether it's the Latinos, and it's about each one having their cultural, but also knowing that this is a world we're living in, that everyone matters, and that we need to learn to work together. In the community, we have a lot of the Latinos, and let me just tell you that they come in, they are working hard, they're doing all the things to make a neighborhood better. We want to keep that relationship going. That's what make up this city. That's what make up this world and this country. Pastor John, it was grateful, and I just wish that more could see the migrants coming into the city and the need. I felt that there were a need that was met that the world did not see, if you really didn't see them, to know the journey that they took trying to get here to this country. Seeing the mothers, and whether they was from Venezuela, Honduras, wherever they came from, we too came from somewhere, and someone had to help us. So when we look at people in the world, and as we celebrate the Hispanics month, let us remember that we're all here together to just try to help one another and make the world a better place to live. I applaud you on this day. Continue to do the great work. Continue to let families be proud of you. Continue to reach back and help someone else as they continue to need that help. We can't thank you enough for your service, and we look to see more great things coming in the future. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderwoman Mitz. The chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I also stand in support of this resolution. You know, I grew up in Cabrini Green. A lot of folks don't know that a lot of Puerto Ricans grew up in Cabrini Green, quiet as it's kept, along with Italians. So we, you know, well, Carrie grew up on the near north side too, so she know a lot of Puerto Ricans, a lot of Italians grew up on the near north side. So I've always grown up with diversity. And then we went to Wells High School. And at Wells High School, everybody was there. Everybody, right? And matter of fact, we just had a Wells High School reunion, and I have so many Puerto Rican friends and Mexican friends from childhood. We always had a connection, you know. But I admire this group, just like Alderman Maldonado. Carlos, I've known him since he was a young kid. Matter of fact, I feel he makes me feel old now, seeing him as an adult there. Enrico worked for the secretary, and we've been friends Ignacio, and we've been friends for a long time. And of course, the pastor who does so much in the city of Chicago to help so many people and gets involved with many churches around the city to do things to help folks. This is a great group, Mayor. One of the things that I want to acknowledge, and I want to commend all of them for supporting and helping the people who came here from Venezuela. Ignacio is from Venezuela. I appreciate the fact that you all are embracing them and you all are helping them. And also, you know, I had the honor of going to Puerto Rico with my colleague, Alderman Raboyes, and several other people when they had the last hurricane, and it was devastating. People need help all over this world. We are so blessed here in the city of Chicago, and in the United States of America, to be in a country where we don't need as much help as everybody else. And you know, I've grown up to feel that if you're blessed, you should bless. And so I commend all of you all for what you all have done to bless other people. I commend the Hispanic heritage of people that's out here in society for the things that they have contributed to the city of Chicago. We deal with a lot of Latino businesses in our ward, and we appreciate their contribution to the city of Chicago. And Dios de bendiga, everyone.
Thank you, Alderman Burnett. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Haddon.
Thank you, Madam President. I too rise to be associated with this resolution. It's been an honor to serve the 49th Ward, which many of you know contains the Rogers Park community. And I know we could fight all day about whose ward's the most fun. I've been able to work and enjoy many neighborhoods through Chicago, but I wouldn't live in any other than Rogers Park. And this, the Latinx Heritage Month, Hispanic Heritage Month, the community that we've got in the 49th Ward is a place of great overlap. So many people from so many different places, right? And when I think about all the residents that we have in our kind of diverse diasporas, right? Both through the Americas, Central South America, North America, and also in Rogers Park, we've got a great overlap, right? In our Afro-Latinx community as well. And so I love that we have so many histories, so many experiences that we're able to celebrate, that we're able to enjoy, and whether it's from some of my colleagues mentioning experiences where we get to share those things and build our new cultures in schools or even in our families, right? That's one of the things that makes this city so great. So thank you for being here in council today. Thank you for your patience on our long council day. And thank you for being such strong representatives of your communities and of our greater community here in Chicago.
Thank you, Alderwoman Haddon. The chair recognizes Alderwoman King.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I too rise in support of this resolution. The strength of the Latino history and culture is intertwined in the city of Chicago's strength in history. People always ask me what the greatest part of living in the city of Chicago is, and I always say it's our diversity. That truly is our strength, and the Latino community certainly plays a large part in that. As chair of the Progressive Caucus, one of the reasons I became chair of the Progressive Caucus is to bring the black and brown and white communities together, but especially the black and brown communities. And I look forward to serving in that capacity in the future. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Alderman Rodriguez.
So first of all, Madam President, I want to congratulate you on the individuals that are represented. And I'm back here. Where's that voice coming from? On the individuals and the diversity of the individuals there. They represent the labor community, the faith community, the business community, the nonprofit community, and really are representative of the vast investment, talent, and amazing culture that our community brings to our great city. It is not lost upon me that in the last 2 or 3 hours, while we are sitting in these council chambers, another 74 immigrants from Texas arrived on a bus. It is not lost upon me that many in that group there have been at the Salvation Army on and in other locations, supporting, translating, feeding, nursing the individuals who are arriving here. It's also not lost upon me that we as a city have an obligation to support those efforts. Over the next couple weeks and months, as the lead story fades around these immigrants, we need to make sure that this issue remains at the forefront. The fact is, these are our brothers and sisters. These are individuals seeking asylum with temporary legal status here in the country, if I'm correct. Not some of the labels that some will put on these individuals. I was on Friday, along with Alderwoman Rosana Rodriguez Sanchez and several other General Assembly members, got the chance to tour that center. And the emotions that were brought on by these individuals. I got to meet a family, a mother and father, a child with children at the age of 3 and 1, an absolutely beautiful family. And the father was asking me advice as far as where's the best place for him to go live so he can be close to where he can find work, where he can find a good school for his kids. That's the type of people we want in our country. We want hardworking individuals seeking a better life for themselves. And I encourage us in this time of great need here in our city to step up as best we can, all of us, on multiple levels of governments with this great issue. I want to thank Alderwoman Mitz and Alderwoman King and others for their very eloquent words. The fact is, there is a massive change in our country occurring. Very soon here, this country will be a majority minority in some of our lifetimes, if not most of our lifetimes. How do we embrace that as a country, and how do we embrace that as a city is so very crucial. We can exemplify that. Alderwoman King, you're exactly right. You've worked hard at bringing disparate groups together. Thank you for doing that. And amidst, we talk all the time about bringing communities together. Thank you for that work. Let's not get lost in some zero-sum game politics. Let's raise all boats as we move forward as one Chicago. And as in this month, we especially celebrate Latino heritage. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Rodriguez. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez. Is she here? Yes, there she is.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to be also associated with this resolution. Thank you, all of you, for the work that you do and for being here today with us. This month, we celebrate Hispanidad. We recognize that the Spanish language was inherited for so many of us through colonization, violence, and genocide, and that for many of us, the children of this colonization history, Spanish is the language in which we love, laugh, and cry. It is the language in which we sing to our children and the language in which we learn to communicate our needs and dreams to this world. Hispanidad is the result of centuries of colonial history. Hispanidad is brown, is black, is indigenous, is cis, is trans, is two-spirited, is non-binary, is queer, is fat, is thin, and it has different abilities. Hispanidad looks like a lot of us, and we express it in different ways, and we share a root. Here's to a mes de la Hispanidad filled with solidarity among all of us. Those seeking asylum and refuge, those in need of support after natural disasters like my people in Puerto Rico, those fighting for fair wages and working conditions, those fighting to have their humanity recognized. May there be sanctuary for all of us, regardless of where we came from, what we look like, or how we express our Hispanidad. Thank you, Madam President.
Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez. The chair recognizes Alderman Espada.
President, very proud to stand with my colleagues and such a diverse group of colleagues in support of this resolution. I get to look at this group of leaders and see people who feed Chicago, who serve Chicago, who build Chicago, who are shaping this city and their neighborhoods on a daily basis. The mark that Latinos have made and are making daily on Chicago is indelible. But I also know that I talk to a community that has moved across Chicago. I think I'm talking to folks who maybe have grandparents who grew up in Lincoln Park, who had parents who moved to Wicker Park and Logan Square and are now looking for housing a couple miles out or even another city out from there. I know that we're talking to communities, and again, Latinos are not a monolithic group, but who are disproportionately impacted by the pollution of this city frequently, who we know were disproportionately infected by the COVID-19 pandemic. But I'm really proud that you all are never silent, that the leaders of the Latino community in Chicago always fight for space, for place, for visibility. And I want you to know that when you fight, this council fights for you and with you, always. Thank you for being here today. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Espada. The chair recognizes Alderman Spizzato.
Thank you, Madam President. I too support this resolution in honor of National Hispanic Heritage Month. Congratulations to everybody in the box. Thanks for all you do and everybody does for this great city. Also to my colleagues, all my Hispanic colleagues, happy Hispanic National Heritage Month. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Wagasback.
Thank you, Madam President. I also rise in support of this resolution for National Hispanic Heritage Month. And I want to thank all of my colleagues here who fought impassionately for a lot of the issues that people in our communities need to see followed through on. Not just here, but as was mentioned, for places like Puerto Rico, where I remember some of our colleagues, some of who are no longer here, made sure that we supported those communities where we had strong connections between Puerto Rico and here in Chicago that lasted decades or go back decades. And I also want to thank you for bringing many of the people here today from the different institutions, religious institutions, business community, not-for-profits, educators, all those people who really make up the mosaic of the Hispanic community throughout Chicagoland. And I think what work you've done over the years to build this community has not only made the community strong here in Chicago, but as I said, throughout Chicagoland, because people look to us as a welcoming city that needs to grow throughout this area. As my colleagues have mentioned, I think that population, as it spreads throughout Chicagoland, will become stronger and stronger. And to see our council support that over the many years has been a great thing to see. I also want to just mention a couple things, working with some of my colleagues, my neighboring colleagues, like Alderman Ramirez Rosa, who has helped me kind of understand a little bit more as well about how we should approach recognizing the history of the community in places like Logan Square. So rebuilding Logan Square with an image that's more of what we've seen in the history of the different Hispanic communities. Having the placita for families, and Carlos can speak much better to it than I can about the design that I think will endear the community for many decades to come as we look to recognizing the community in places like Logan Square. And then finally, just Mayor, I appreciate what you've done on the Welcoming City Ordinance. Looking back probably 7 or 8 years ago, starting on that, and seeing it come to fruition now as we see these families look to Chicago as a place where they can feel safe, where they can come and raise their families, as many others have over the decades. And that's what we need to embrace. That's what we need to make sure that we continue to do as a full council. And I know that listening to all my colleagues, we haven't heard from Alderman Cardenas yet, but I'm sure he'll hopefully add to this conversation. I appreciate everything that everybody's done in this council to support these communities and make sure that we do so for decades to come. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Wegesbach. The chair recognizes Alderman Sixto Lopez.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd like to also rise in support of this resolution. I think it is critical that we understand the importance of this resolution. I'm really glad to see such a diverse group of people in the city, labor leaders and many others, who continue to contribute tremendously to the city of Chicago. As an immigrant myself, I think I gotta say there's been extremely saddened to see in recent weeks the situation in Texas and how our immigrant community continues to use as pawn for political purposes. We are glad to see that the city of Chicago continues to be a sanctuary city and continues to welcome immigrants, and that we should all be proud of where we come from and our roots. I think it's very critical during these times, because it is important that we remember that there are children watching, and our youth and our kids, our future, should be also proud of where they come from. Never be ashamed of that. I'm extremely proud to be an immigrant representing a strong immigrant community that is struggling. So that's what is so important as we recently celebrated Mexican Independence Day, Guatemala also celebrating, Chile, and many other countries. It is through our diversity that we find strength. And in times like this, I think in the last count, official count, we see almost 800 migrants and refugees have arrived to the city of Chicago and look for shelter, and look for help, and look for a new home, a new beginning, like many of us. I think it is sad to continue to see the discrimination, the racism that continues to be pushed across the country, but here in Chicago, I'm glad that we have found support and humanity. I would like to read very quickly some words of one of my favorite writers, Eduardo Galeano, regarding immigration. And I'm just going to quote, "Sometimes I fear that our time, or century, or period, or years may be remembered as a sad time in human history in which money was free, but people not. Because we're supposed to have freedom to choose the place where we are going to live. And for me, it's absolutely unbelievable. We're all migrants since the beginning of time. I mean, we all came from Africa. It's bad news for racists, but perhaps we have been all black at the beginning, and therefore we all migrants. I mean, human history is a history of movement. In a different world, a world deserving to be what the world wanted to be when it was a different world. A world deserving to be what the world wanted to be when it was not yet born. Any newborn person should be welcome. Welcome, say, come in. Come in, boy or girl. The entire earth will be a kingdom and your legs will be your passport, forever valid. There's no illegal human being. And I'm glad to hear from other colleagues, Women Meets and others, who continue to see the humanity in one another. And I hope in the weeks to come, we support that migrant and refugee community that is struggling. We do have a humanitarian crisis, and I'm glad to have a resolution that is honoring that. And let's follow that resolution with actions, because we need investment, we need support. And I thank to all my colleagues to working together. As an immigrant who have come to this country in fight to find better days, I hope that others in the same position are able to find it and never feel ashamed of who they are or where they come from. So thank you again, and I look forward to working together so that we can honor this resolution. As a third of the population, I know that we are a community that cares, that loves one another, the city of Big Shoulders, and the city that always continues to welcome our immigrant community. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning, good afternoon, members of the City Council. First off, I have to say that I'm so unaccustomed to our colleague from the 25th Ward. I think fatherhood has lowered the volume, because I'm used to you being so passionate, but I think that the triplets have gotten you. But I commend you for your words anyway. And I commend everyone who has stood up today to say that we stand in support of Hispanic heritage. It's nice to see that today. But there are many times in this room it would have been nice to see that in the past. We have discussions in here all the time about inclusion and diversity. And yet the inclusion of the Latino population in Chicago somehow always gets pushed to the wayside. We're there when you need us for the photo op, but we're not there when it counts. And this is not news to anyone in this room. I could explain what I'm talking about, because it's quite clear to many of us when you look at, starting with our own government, for a city where Latinos make up 29% of the population, to see that we are still struggling to achieve parity in terms of overall employment, and when it comes to management level positions within the city of Chicago, we are not even at 20%. That is a direct insult to saying that we are here in support of Hispanic heritage and culture in the city of Chicago. We've heard today from our newest member, and congratulations, by the way, that representation matters. Being in the room matters. Being the supervisor matters. And when we are excluded, that matters too. That must be something that we all work towards eliminating. Ensuring that we support our businesses both in terms of policy, but also in terms of government access, is something we should all advocate for. That should be at the top of our list as a reminder of what Hispanic heritage is about, considering how industrious our people are, how many of them are mom and pop business owners, and many of them are WMBE certified, and yet somehow never get mentioned or included when we are pushing projects and asking how they are being represented in the construction dollars as well. When half our children make up CPS's student enrollment, are we doing everything we can to ensure that they are successful in what they do? Are we ensuring that their presence at CPS is reflective not only in the teachers that are there, but the staff, as well as the leadership, top to bottom? Are we seeing the results that are necessary to help them succeed, especially when English isn't their first language? Are we helping them to become the next generation of Chicagoans we need them to be? And lastly, we've seen in this very chamber this year, following the census and the redistricting, and trying to ensure that representation here was achieved for Latinos. Were we keeping our support for Hispanic heritage at the forefront of that discussion? Were we ensuring that parity was to be had, that representation was to be had, that access was to be had? Now that process is over, but I don't think that process was at the forefront of this resolution either. I commend everyone in the box here today because you are leaders in your own right. And there are many more thousands of Latino leaders throughout the city showing our very best at meeting the challenges facing not only Latino neighborhoods, but every neighborhood in the city of Chicago. They make me proud. They are the ones doing the work day in and day out, not because they're Latino, but because that's what's in them as Latinos. That is what we should be celebrating every single day if we're trying to build a city that's inclusive of all ethnic groups. Remembering that we are a part of this city, remembering that we are a part of its future, is more important to me than some piece of paper today. Keep that on the top of your list for the discussions moving forward. Remember that when we're talking about projects and access and equity. Remember that as we move forward for the remainder of this term. Thank you, Madam President.
The chair recognizes Alderwoman Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. I too rise in support of this resolution. I'll keep my remarks brief. I love speaking during these Heritage Months because I like to acknowledge the purpose of the month is to acknowledge the contributions of Hispanic Americans in this country. And I want to also recognize the fact that you're not a monolith. As one of my colleagues said, there's such cultural diversity within the Hispanic culture, just like there is in the Asian American culture. And it's so important what each of you individually do and contribute in your roles in big and small ways, because our children are watching us. I think every day the things that you do inspire them to go into a life of service. Because when we have that, we'll be able to have more equity and representation. So I applaud all that you're doing, and please continue to do that. I appreciate, I'm gonna talk about food for a minute, all the different ways that we can relate to each other through rice and how we prepare pork. So I look forward to having some food later, and appreciate all of you for being here, and on behalf of the 11th Ward and the 1 in 5 residents of the 11th Ward who are also Hispanic and make up such an integral part of our community. Thank you for all that you do, and happy Hispanic American Heritage Month.
Any other members of the body that wish to speak to this resolution? I will add a few words myself. I stand with the entire body of this council in support of, enthusiastic support of this recognition. A recognition that certainly lasts a month, but one I think that reflects the deep diversity and the importance of the Latinx community in the fabric of who we are as Chicagoans. We kicked off this month last Thursday, September 5th, and we've been celebrating, we'll continue to celebrate throughout this month. I do want to reflect upon one of the newest challenges that we are facing and you are facing with us, and that, of course, is the various migrants that have come to Chicago from Texas, most of whom are Venezuelan. Now, we don't have a large Venezuelan population in our city, but the incredible warmth and good-natured heart that you have shown to welcome this population to our city, I think is a true testament to who you are, but also who we are as a city. City employees across the spectrum have stood up. Our partners in the community have stood up. And while I don't want to single anyone out necessarily, I will say I get a daily update on what's happening, who's coming, what we're doing, how we're serving these newest residents. And I will say, Pastors Zejas, your name comes up every single day. So I want to thank you for everything that you've done, in particular, opening up your church, opening up your heart. It really speaks to who you are as a man of faith in really living your faith and your values every single day. Many of the people that are here in the box are people that I've known from my earliest days as mayor. We marched together in Little Village in Pilsen doing Know Your Right campaign when the former administration was scaring too many peoples of our community who were fearful of what was going to happen, what that knock on the door meant. Children who were scared that when they came home from school that their parents wouldn't be there. Through COVID, you all have stepped up heroically, and many other members that aren't here and reflected. And again, doing God's work every single day because it was the right thing to do. I thank God in this city that we have the strength of our not-for-profit community and community servers who understand that the work has to be done, the work is necessary, and you all have stepped up heroically every single time the need has come. I want to make sure that people in this body understand the heroic work that they're doing, that we could not be doing the work that we're doing through COVID, and certainly not now, and responding to this latest challenge that's been brought to us without the support of each and every one of the organizations, each and every one of these folks who are here who have been working tirelessly since August 31st when the first bus came. I just want to say thank you on behalf of a very grateful city. I would be remiss in this moment if I didn't recognize also the new challenge that has come to Puerto Rico. And that once again, because of the strength of our community, that we need to stand and rise in this occasion to meet the needs of the people on that island that seems to always be under siege. Just as they're getting back on their feet, another tragedy strikes. So we will rise again because that is what we must do as a city. It's not enough to have words and say we're a welcoming city. We have to live our values and show our values in concrete, tangible ways. I believe that, and I know each and every one of you do as well. So we will be there. We will make sure that we provide additional support. I am honored that next week, along with our ambassador from Mexico, we will be leading a delegation to Mexico City to further strengthen the ties and bonds between our city, our communities, and Mexico City. We have a lot to learn there, and I am eager to go to Mexico City and make sure that we, again, live our values and strengthen those ties. Last thing that I will say, and I know this is of great interest to people in the box, as part of our FY23 budget, we will be asking the City Council to provide additional resources to make sure that we can meet the moment that we are facing now and into the future. I will save for another day my comments about the treachery and I think inhumanity of the governor of Texas and what he is doing and treating people like they are freight and cargo and not with the dignity and the humanity that they deserve. But today is a day of celebration. And I want to just say, on my behalf personally, but as a mayor of this great city, thank you, thank you, thank you for all that you do, all the sacrifices that you make. We need you, and we, importantly, need to be together in this moment, and I know that we will be. God bless. Thank you. The chair recognizes, hold on. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Dow.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I move to suspend the rules to ask for the immediate consideration of a resolution proclaiming October 11th, 2022 as the official Chicago Day of the Girl. Being respectful of everyone's time today, I ask that we waive the reading of the resolution.
All right, hearing no objection, so ordered, and we will waive the reading of the resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to recognize the following organizations which are here with us in the audience today: the Love Institute, Girls Like Us, the Chicago Coalition on Urban Girls, and the WROAR Coalition, so Women ROAR Coalition. This proclamation designating October 11, 2022 as the official Chicago Day of the Girl recognizes the need for all of us to ensure that all girls can live out their dreams. The Girls Like Me Project in Chicago is Chicago's leading institution that every day is empowering girls to achieve in every part of their lives. I am honored, along with my colleagues, to sponsor this proclamation in Chicago City Council. And if there's no one that wishes to speak, Madam President, I ask that this resolution be passed as part of the agreed calendar.
Hearing no objection and seeing so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Alderman Mitchell.
Madam President, I move passage of these resolutions in the omnibus.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
I move that we turn to the regular order of business.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, communications. Madam Clerk.
Communications from our honor the mayor to the honorable the city council of the city of Chicago. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with ordinances authorizing the issuance of a multifamily loan or grant funds for 1201 North California Avenue Development Project. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Finance. Oh, I missed one. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the issuance of a tax-exempt housing revenue bonds for the Sacred Apartments Development Project. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the transfer of ownership and management of South Park Plaza to a new owner. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with the ordinances authorizing the execution of tax increment financing redevelopment agreements with various entities. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing amendments to 6 TIF redevelopment plans and projects to extend the term of the districts by 12 years. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with ordinances authorizing the termination of Archer Courts, Montclair, Peterson/Cicero, and Roosevelt/Union TIF districts. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the issuance of financial assistance for the Thrive Inglewood Development Project. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the 62nd Amendment to the Administrative Services Agreement with Summer Corps 504. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Budget Director, I transmit here with a Fund 925 amendment. Your favorable consideration of the ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here ordinances authorizing the establishment, reconstruction, term, and boundary expansion in 2023 budget and services of specified special service areas and execution of service provider agreements with various entities. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances would be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with ordinances authorizing a favorable tax status for specified properties located in the city. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith ordinances authorizing negotiated sale of city-owned properties. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith ordinances authorizing the sale of city-owned properties under the Adjacent Neighbors Land Acquisition Program. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Housing, I transmit herewith ordinances authorizing the sale of city-owned lots for building homes under the City Lots for Working Families Program. Favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Assets Information Services, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the execution of intergovernmental agreement with Metro for the donation of our rail car and track panels to the city. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Public Safety. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Cultural Affairs and Special Events, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the renaming of Henry B. Clark House to Clark Ford House. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs, and Recreation. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Transportation, I transmit here with an ordinance amending the municipal code to codify the expanded outdoor dining program. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Ladies and gentlemen, I have appointed Sandra Blakemore as the Commissioner of the Department of Assets Information Services. Your favorable consideration of this appointment will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, I've reappointed Maurice D. Cox as a member of the Community Development Commission for a term effectively meeting and expiring February 26, 2027. The favorable consideration of this appointment will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here appointments to various special service areas. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here with appointments to the Chicago Low-Income Housing Trust Fund Board. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, I've appointed Adam Rubin as member of the Commission on Chicago Landmarks for a term effective immediately and expiring March 11, 2023 to complete the unexpired term of Paola D. Serrano, who has resigned. Your favorable consideration of this appointment will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, Building Standards. I, City Clerk Anna Valencia, hereby inform the City Council that the following documents were filed in my office relating to the respective subjects designated as follows. Executive Order 2022-3 regarding establishment of Chicago as safe haven for reproductive rights, appointment of Beth Lynn as Interim Commissioner of Community Commission for Public Safety and Accountability, appointment of Anthony Driver Jr. as Interim Commissioner of Community Commission for Public Safety and Accountability, appointment of Oswaldo Gomez as Interim Commissioner of Community Commission for Public Safety and Accountability, appointment of Yvette Lawson as Commissioner of Community Commission for Public Safety and Accountability, appointment of Clifford M. Nellis as Commissioner of the Community Commission for Public Safety and Accountability, appointment of Rommel Terry as Commissioner of Community Commission for Public Safety and Accountability, appointment of Isaac Day Tronosco as Commissioner of Community Commission for Public Safety and Accountability, resignation of Michelle Smith as Alderman of the 43rd Ward, and funding loan notification of the City of Chicago Multifamily Housing Revenue Bonds, Barbara Jean Wright, Court Apartments Project Series 2022. Amendment number 6 to the Bronzeville Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Plan and Project. Amendment number 2 to Kinsey Industrial Conservation Area Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Project and Plan. Amendment number 3 to Pulaski Corridor Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Project and Plan. Amendment number 3 to 43 Cottage Grove Redevelopment Project Area Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Project and Plan. Red Line Extension Redevelopment Project Area Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Plan and Project. Office of Inspector General's Audit Report concerning the Department of Buildings Permit Inspection Process. And Office of Inspector General Audit Report concerning the Department of Family and Support Services Strategic Contracting. I, City Clerk Valencia, also informed the City Council that all those matters which were considered by the City Council at the regular meeting held on July 20, 2022, which are required by statute to be published in book or pamphlet form, or one or more newspapers were published in pamphlet form on September 21st, 2022, by being printed in full text and printed pamphlet copies of the Journal of Proceedings of the City Council of the City of Chicago. I, City Clerk Valencia, also transmit here at the following miscellaneous communications and reports requiring City Council action. Zoning reclassifications for particular areas which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Claims against the City of Chicago which are referred to the Committee on Finance. Submission of referendum question to Chicago voters regarding prohibition from attaching corporate name or selling naming rights to Soldier Field, which is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Submission of referendum question to Chicago voters disallows the City of Chicago from doing business with the radio stations that broadcast violent content, which is referred to the Joint Committee of Health and Human Relations from the Committee on Public Safety. Your Honor, that concludes reports and communications from the mayor and other city officers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next up, folks, committee reports. Chairman Wegas back for Finance.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam President. All right. Madam President, colleagues, reporting for the City Council's Committee on Finance, which met virtually on September 19, 2022. Item number 1 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance regarding the authority to issue multifamily revenue bonds to Grace Manor LP for construction of affordable housing at 3401 to 3423 West Ogden Avenue, located in the 24th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move to concur with the committee's favorable recommendation by a roll call vote.
Madam Clerk, please. Are we back to electronic voting?
Yes, the vote is open. Make sure you hit refresh and cast your vote, and you're in City Council 1. Yeah. And for the new alderman of the 43rd Ward, we will take you as a voice vote for today. How would you like to vote? Yes.
Alderman O'Shea needs assistance. Alderman Lee needs assistance. device for.
For who?
New alderman, we don't have a device for him yet. Okay.
He'll be on it next time. Okay, can you add him? Can you add Phil? All right, I will take a, if you have not been able to vote, please cast your vote if you can hear my sound of my voice, and I'll take a voice vote for those who have not casted. Alderman Mitchell? Alderman Mitchell is a yes. Alderman Beal is now casting. I'll come back to you. Alderman Beal? He's got it. Okay, Alderman Lee? Alderman Lee is a yes. Alderman Cardenas is not in his chair. Alderman Burke? Oh, he's trying. He's got it. Are you a yes? I'll do a voice vote. Alderman Burke is yes. Alderman O'Shea is a yes. Alderman Raboyes? Yes. Alderman Raboyes is a yes. Alderman Gardner? Alderman Gardner is a yes. Alderman Beal's worked. Yeah, Alderman O'Shea is a yes. Alderman Coleman is not here, and Alderman Cardenas is not here. Did I miss them in the, I don't think they're on the floor. They're not on the floor. Cardenas and Coleman are not on the floor. Yeah. The voting is closed. Voting is closed. 46 plus 10 is 47. 47 yeas. Got to add 10.
All right, the yeas are 47, the nays are 0. Alderman Kappelman on the motion for reconsideration.
Madam President, I move to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the motion for reconsideration signify by saying aye. Those opposed say nay. The nays have it. The motion for reconsideration fails. Chairman Wagas, back to you.
Madam President, item number 2 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance regarding the authority to issue multifamily revenue bonds to RBH Chicago Project, LLC, for construction of townhouses and low-income housing development at 2620 West Hurst Street, located in the First Ward. If there is no one wishing to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 3 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning a tax increment financing developer designation and redevelopment agreement, the conveyance of a city-owned parcel, and the issuance of a Department of Housing loan or grant agreement to Austin United Alliance Development Company, LP, for construction of mixed-income housing located at 5204 to 5224 West Chicago Avenue in the 37th Ward. If there's no one wishing to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Madam President, item number 4 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance regarding the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Park District for allocation of tax increment financing funds for reconstruction work at Gompers Park, located at 4222 West Foster Avenue in the 39th Ward. If there's no one wishing to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 5 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance regarding the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Park District for tax increment financing funds for ball field and landscape improvements, playground modernization, and other improvements at Tui Herbert Park, located at 2106 West Adams Street in the 27th Ward. If there's no one wishing to speak, I move passage by first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 6 is the report of cases in which judgments or settlements were entered into for the months of July and August 2022, which will be placed on file with the clerk. Items 7 and 8 consist of authorizations for the payment of various small claims against the city and denials of payments of various small claims against the city. If there's no objection, I ask these items be placed on the omnibus.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 9 is an order authorizing one application for a City of Chicago charitable solicitation tag day permit for the Illinois State Council Knights of Columbus. If there's no objection, I ask this item be placed on the omnibus.
Objection so ordered.
And moving on to our supplemental agenda, there were 4 settlements, and this is item number 10. And these 4 settlements consist of an order authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into execute those settlements. Item 10A is the case of Benel Alvarez, Independent Administrator of the Estate of Guadalupe Franco Martinez, deceased, versus City of Chicago, a municipal corporation, by and through the acts of its agents or employees, cited as 2020 L 6251 in the Circuit Court of Cook County in the amount of $15 million. The item received favorable approval in the committee. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 10B is the case of Patrick Prince versus City of Chicago et al., cited as number 18 CV 029532 in the Northern District of Illinois in the amount of $9,050,000. The item received favorable approval by the committee. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Cardenas?
Madam President, I'd like to be added to the first item, the finance roll call.
So noted.
Item 10C is the case of Dylan Abreu versus City of Chicago, cited as 19 CV 2161 in the Northern District of Illinois, in the amount of $950,000. This item also received favorable approval by the committee. If no one wishes to speak on this matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report, corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
And item 10D is the case of Dwayne Rowlett versus City of Chicago and Chicago Police Officer Alex Rasky, cited as 17L 13250 in the Circuit Court of Cook County in the amount of $900,000. While the item received favorable approval of the committee, I had no votes or exceptions for Alderman Cardenas, Quinn, O'Shea, Tabarez, Villegas, Sposato, Napolitano, and Riley, who all wish to be recorded as voting no.
Recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Madam President.
I was actually, if I could,
Yeah,
Alderman
okay,
Sposato.
no problem.
Unless there's anyone else wishing to vote no, then I would move to have
I just wish to
colleagues
speak on it, Chairman.
Yep.
Alderman Gardner's a no. Alderman Cardona is also a no. Chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Madam President. I know this is very unusual what I'm doing, but I have to tell you, I'm sure you're shocked that I've been stewing about a police settlement. And I apologize to everybody for my actions here, but I just feel the need to say something. I know this isn't the way things work, but we had a briefing, which I was stewing about, and then we listened to what happened here in finance. And I know a lot of people weren't there, so I just want to let everybody know. And first of all, I'm not going to call for a roll call. You do what you want to do. I'm just encouraging you to try to vote no on this. This was a situation that Dwayne Rowlett was being chased by the police, driving on the sidewalk, eventually got a hold of him, stopped him, fought with the police, and then he reached for a knife. In the briefing, everybody, so please indulge me, in the briefing, he reached for a knife. And I asked, we were told he reached for a knife. Although he didn't have a gun, he reached for a knife. And I asked, well, what was the size of the knife? And we were told it was a small knife. So I brought a couple props with me today. I brought a little small pocket knife I leave in my car. This is like 1.5 inches. I think this is deadly. I think this thing would kill you. It's pretty sharp. It's pretty pointy. Anybody could check it out if they want. I know it's a little late in the game. But we were told, once again, a 4 to 5 inch knife that he had in the car. I also brought a 5-inch knife with me. This is a 5-inch knife. This is what he was reaching for. This is what he had in his car. When the police officer shot him, this is what he was reaching for. This is what he was going to get to go, do what? I don't know. There's a thing in the police department called the 21-foot rule. I know my colleague Chris could explain what that is, but what that is, if a guy's coming after you with a bat, a knife, any type of weapon, before you could pull your gun out and shoot him, he could get to you before you could shoot him. So I just think it's wrong for us to support this. I know there was like 10 of us against it, and I'm just a solid no, and I just want to make sure everybody knows exactly what happened, what he was doing, and what he did. So I appreciate everybody listening to me, but I am not only a no, I am a solid no, and I encourage the rest of you to also vote no. Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you, Chairman, for letting me speak on this.
Alderwoman Nugent, I assume you are all now also a no. Pardon me?
I'd like to be recorded as a no, please.
Anyone else who would like to be heard on this matter? Let's call the roll, please.
The voting is open. Please make sure to press refresh. Make sure you're in City Council 1. Make sure you hit cast your vote. Those with Wi-Fi issues, Alderman O'Shea may have them. I'll take a voice vote. Alderman the 43rd, go ahead. Yes. Oh, that's right. Alderman Napolitano, I will record you as a no. They're not. All right, the voting is closed.
It's 19? 27? The yeas are 27, the nays are 20. The matter passes. Chairman Wakesback, just as a point of clarification, it's my understanding that the officer resigned and did not fight the charges against him. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Alderman Kappelman on the motion for reconsideration.
Madam President, I move to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the motion for reconsideration signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. The nays have it. The motion for reconsideration fails. Chairman Wakesback.
Thank you, Madam President. Outside of that last roll call vote, this concludes the report of the Committee on Finance.
Thank you, Chairman. Next up, the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Chairman Dow.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on the Budget and Government Operations, which held a committee meeting and a subcommittee meeting on September 14, 2022. The committee recommends passage of the following items. Number 1, a substitute ordinance concerning an amendment to the annual appropriation ordinance year 2022 within Fund Number 925 for the Office of the Mayor, the Department of Housing, the Department of Public Health, the Department of Family and Support Services, for the Office of Emergency Management and Communications, the Chicago Fire Department, and the Chicago Public Library. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Number 2, an ordinance concerning the execution of a Neighborhood Opportunity Fund grant agreement with Motor Works or Moto Works Chicago LTD for the property located at 1901 Southwestern in the 25th Ward. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The Subcommittee on the Chicago Recovery Plan also met this month on September 14th for a subject matter hearing to discuss city priorities for health and wellness and tourism and industry support. No votes were taken on these matters, and this concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman Dow. Next up, the Committee on Aviation. Chairman O'Shea. Do you want me to pass and come back?
Madam President, members of the City Council, reporting for your Committee on Aviation, which held a remote meeting on Wednesday, September 14th, 2022. The committee recommends passage of the following item: Substitute Ordinance 2022-1703, ground lease agreement with Illinois Bell Telephone Company, LLC, at Chicago O'Hare International Airport for replacement of copper lines with fiber optic lines for off-site service to the airport, with planned alteration, demolition of tenant's telephone exchange building on existing airport property. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance, an associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider. That concludes my report. Thank you, Madam President.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Next up, the Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development. Chairman Villegas.
Thank you, Madam President. And members of the City Council, reporting for the Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development, which held the meeting on Tuesday, September 13th, 2022. The committee held a virtual meeting and recommends passage of the following items. Items 1 through 6 are a series of appointments and reappointments to various special service areas collectively voted on by the committee members, introduced by Mayor Lightfoot during the July 20, 2022 City Council meeting. Appointments of Lynetta Jones to SSA number 45, 103rd Halsted Street Commission located in the 34th Ward. Reappointment of Jennifer Tremblay to SSA number 48, Old Town Commission located in the 2nd and 27th Wards. Reappointments of George Rumsey, Gregory Gutman to SSA number 61, Hyde Park Commission located in the 4th and 5th Wards. Appointments of Elliot Adamczyk and Adrian O'Brien to SSA number 76, the North Michigan Avenue Commission, located in the 2nd and 42nd Wards. I move for passage of these appointments and reappointments by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 7 on the agenda is a resolution calling on the City of Chicago Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development to hold cryptocurrency hearings that I introduced during the July 20, 2022 City Council meeting. I move for passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next up, the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Vice Chair Kappelman.
Madam President, members of the City Council, reporting for your Committee on Health and Human Relations, which held a remote meeting on September 8, 2022, the committee recommends passage of the following items. First item, 02022-2402, amendment of Municipal Code Section 6-10-025 regarding circumstances warranting gender identification and city documentation. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Next item is S02022-2486, substitute ordinance on the amendment of Municipal Code Title II by adding new Chapter 2-175 entitled The Bodily Autonomy Sanctuary City of Ordinance. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider, with Alderman Nick Sposato wishing to be recorded as a no vote.
With that exception, hearing no further objection, so ordered.
That concludes my report. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Chairman. Committee on Housing and Real Estate, Chairman Osterman.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Housing and Real Estate,
which held a remote meeting on September 13th, 2022 and September 19th, 2022. Committee has a series of reports recommending the passage of the following. Item number 1 is a sale of city-owned property at 423 East 48th Place to Jeffrey and Stephanie Glover Douglas. I move the passage of this item by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 2 is the sale of city-owned property at 4350 West Van Buren Street to Nagaya T. Berner. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
Objection, so ordered.
Item 3 is the sale of city-owned property at 415 South Kilbourne Avenue to Corsha Diamond Watts. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 4 is the sale of vacant city-owned property at 6435 North California Avenue to Forging Opportunities for Refugees in America, Inc. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 5 is an amendment of escrow with the North Austin Community Center for excavation, transportation, disposal of contaminated wood chips at 1815-1911 North Laramie. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The last item on the agenda is a long-term right of entry agreement with Commonwealth Edison at the former site for Republic Steel and LTV, located generally at East 126th Place and S Avenue O. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Madam President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next up, the Committee on License and Consumer Protection, Chairman Mitz.
Thank you, Madam President. Reporting for the Committee on License and Consumer Protection, we held a virtual meeting on September 15, 2022, and the following item was passed by the committee. Item number 02022-1217, an ordinance to amend the municipal code regarding regulation of booting of motor vehicles on private property. Alderman Reboris and myself wishes to DP this ordinance, if there is no objection.
The matter will be deferred and published.
Thank you. Item number 202022-2365, an ordinance to amend Section 9-4 of the Municipal Code of modifying requirements for electronic power personal delivery device. I move passage of this item. I move that the City Council concur in the recommendation of the Committee on Finance and pass this item by the same roll call as item number 1 of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 02022-2373, an ordinance to amend Section 9-12 of the Municipal Code of Chicago regarding fuel surcharge for taxi cab. Same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 02022-2436, an ordinance renewing restricted residential zone pursuant to Chapter 4-17 of the Municipal Code. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 02022-2475, an ordinance to amend the Municipal Code of Chicago regarding operation of pedicabs. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
2 ordinance regarding moratoriums in the 21st and the 35th Ward. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
And just for so the record is clear, this would be 02022.
02022-2438 and 02022-2158.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman Mitz. Next up, the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, Chairman Burnett.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Reporting for your Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, for which a meeting was held on Thursday, September 15, 2022. Before the committee, there were 251 items. There were 251 routine items that passed and 0 routine traffic items that did not pass. I move passage of these items in omnibus. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Next up, the Committee on Public Safety, Chairman Taliaferro.
Thank you, Madam President. Reporting for the Committee on Public Safety, for which a meeting was held on September 16th, 2022. The committee recommends the passage of the following item, A2022-127. The Inspector General selection and nomination of Ms. Tabara Richardson for Deputy Inspector General of Public Safety. Madam President, if there's no objection, I move the passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote in the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman Taliaferro. Next up, the Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs, and Recreation, Chairman Sposato.
Madam President, members of the City Council, reporting for your Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs, and Recreation, also known as the Happy Committee, which held a meeting on September 13, 2022. The committee recommends passage of the following items. A2022-126, the reappointment of Maiti H. Hamilton as Commissioner of the Chicago Park District. I move passage of this item by the most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman. Next up, the Committee on Transportation and Public Way, Chairman Brookins.
Thank you, Madam President. Reporting for your Committee on Transportation and Public Way, a meeting which was held on September 14th. The following ordinances were passed by a majority of the members present. On page 2 includes one mayoral ordinance introduced by the mayor's office. Item number 2 on page 3 includes one ordinance of grants of privileges introduced by the local alderman from the 21st Ward. On page number 3 on pages 4 through 6 include 25 ordinances for miscellaneous items introduced by the local alderman from wards 4 through 6, 11, 19, 22 through 24, 27, 36, 37, 39, 40, and 48. Number 4 on page 7 includes one vacation ordinance located in the 16th Ward. Madam President, if there are no objections, I move passage of these items by the last most favorable roll call vote for the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion for reconsideration.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam President. That concludes my report.
Next up, the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, Chairman Tunney.
Madam President and members of the City Council, presenting a series of reports for your Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, which held a meeting on September 20th, 2022, which recessed and reconvened on September 21st, 2022. These reports are grouped for convenience. The following items were passed by a majority of the members present. Page 1 contains the appointment of Danielle Tillman as a member of the Chicago Plan Commission for a term effective immediately and expiring January 25th of 2026. I move passage of this item by the last most favorable roll call vote of the Finance Committee report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Objection, so ordered.
Page 1 also contains the appointment of Claudette Soto as a member of Chicago Plan Commission for a term effective immediately and expiring January 25th of 2027. Move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Page 1 contains the appointment of Jonathan E. Fair as a member of Commission on Chicago Landmarks for a term effective immediately and expiring March 11th, 2023. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Page 1 contains the reappointment of Richard L. Tolliver as a member of the Commission on Chicago Landmarks for a term effective immediately and expiring March 11th, 2023. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Page 1 also contains document number 02022-2008, amendment of municipal code by repealing existing Title 14N, that being the 2019 Chicago Energy Conservation Code, and replacing with new Title 14N, which would be the 2022 Chicago Energy Transformation Code. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Page 1 through 12 contains various map amendments in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 10th, 14th, 16th, 21st, 22nd, 24th, 25th, 27th, 30th, 44th, 46th, and 47th wards. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection, with the exception of Alderman David Moore voting no on an item in the 21st ward.
With that exception noted, no further objections.
Oh,
so
hold on,
ordered.
hold on a second. Which is the car wash? No, that's separate. This is only a car wash in the 21st ward. Oh, I'm sorry, but I will get to the item we'll have a little bit of conversation on at the end of my report. Sorry about that. All right.
So hearing no objection, so ordered on those items.
All right, page 13 contains the fee waiver of the historical landmark property located at 1100 East Hyde Park Boulevard. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
All right, page 13 contains various large signs over 100 square feet in area, 24 feet above grade in the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th, 10th, 32nd, 42nd, 45th, and 50th wards. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
All right. I think we have an item of consideration here we might want to pay attention to. So, all right. Oh, was that me? my brother. Okay. All right. Page 10 contains map amendment document number 02022-1838 for the property commonly known as 1201 through 1285 West Cabrini Street. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Well, there is an objector that has brought to my attention a couple since our morning meeting, and that is Alderwoman Haddon, I think Alderman Martin have expressed no. There might be more, so speak up.
Alderman Vasquez, are you also a no on this? All right, so Martin, Vasquez, Haddon, Alderwoman Taylor, are you a no vote as well? Alderman Siccho-Loca is no. I think Alderman Dow, you were already recorded as a no. Ramirez Rosa, Rosana Sanchez, Gil Villegas, David, I think we should just do if you don't mind, we should do a roll call vote.
All right, wait, hold on a second. So, I think we request for a roll call. Mayor, do we want to go roll call, or are we asking for some testimony from our colleagues?
Alderman Irvin, do you wish to speak to this matter?
If I do not wish to speak to the matter, I mean, if there's going to be debate on the matter, yes. If we're just going to vote, we could just vote.
Okay. The chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Madam President. As this came up in committee yesterday, and one of the things I asked was that letters be presented from the LAC and the CAC, and those letters were presented. And I'll just, as we deal with this, and what I'm faced with, it's not about what's going on just in Alderman Irvin's ward, but what's going on throughout CHA. I was torn between an article I saw in the Sun-Times says democracy is in crisis, and America must address that. And then there was another article yesterday that talked about the number of homeless people that we have in Chicago. And what I was torn between was doing what I believe is an issue that we have to address, which is homelessness and public housing, but also democracy. The residents of CHA has a local advisory council They also have a central advisory council who they elect to represent them. And as much as, I may want to be against something, democracy says you have to listen to the people that represent the people that represent the people. And that's why I'm in support of this today, but also we must have to look holistically at what we're dealing with in terms of affordable housing, CHA housing, especially when you're talking about public housing. When we were at CHA and the mayor took back over, the previous mayor took back over in 99, or should I say Mayor Daley, took back over in 99, and when we looked at the situation, it was based on the number of occupied units there. 10,000 senior homes, 15,000 family to return. I don't think we've hit that 15,000 yet, but what we should be looking at, and we have to go back, we got to admit that a mistake was made. We should have been looking at the number of units that were on CHA land. And that's why we're dealing with this situation now. So it's not just some attack as we deal with this situation in Alderman Irvin's ward. We have to look at this holistically from the city standpoint. And that's why so many people are dealing with the lack of housing, because we're not, and it's a federal issue as well, and we have to get back to it, but we have to push from this city to make sure we have more public housing, even more so than the 15,000 family units that were promised. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Moore. I believe there's been a request for a roll call. Alderman Irvin, just making sure that the people that weren't in the committee know what this issue is. Do you want to speak to this issue and describe it? Hold on.
Thank you, Madam President. As Alderman Moore has stated, of course, there are some challenges that we all have faced with the Chicago Housing Authority, and I think through Chairman Osterman, we'll work to, in our legislative process, to deal with some of those things. But overall, when I look at our responsibilities as members of this legislative body, our job at the end of the day is to represent the residents that we are bound to do so with. And the residents here are in support of this endeavor. The residents sat in earnest with CHA and the Chicago Fire and negotiated what I believe is very beneficial for the residents of Chicago Housing Authority, especially the residents of the Brooks Homes and the Loomis Courts Apartments that have had some challenges throughout the years. Granted, we know that the plan for transformation has not moved at the pace that none of us I believe, are pleased with. However, in this development in Roosevelt Square, which is the former Abla Homes, progress has been made on returning those units. This is something that has also been governed, I think, to my knowledge, the only development that's actually under an active federal court order to return units back in. And now in the last 5 years, we've put more units in play in Abla than in the last 15. So I think that the progress in that development has been made. Now, I do understand that others have some challenges, but please do not hold that against the residents of the Brooks Homes and Loomis Courts Apartments. And I ask for favorable consideration from this body to help those residents fulfill what they would like to see. Thank you, Madam President.
The chair recognizes Alderwoman Taylor.
See, the plan for transformation has failed. They absolutely haven't built any housing, and they love doing land swaps without having actual land to actually build on. Myself sat on a CHA waiting list for 29 years. I have a kid that's 29 years old, and so what if I waited? Would me and my children be homeless? Would I have somewhere to stay? And so CHA has a responsibility to not only come to the council, but to do something different. They haven't done what they're supposed to do. And so I don't want to hold this against your constituents, but we got to be able to hold CHA accountable, and we haven't. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Sixto Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to second some of the words of Alderwoman Taylor. At the same time, recognizing what Alderman Irving was mentioning. Certainly I recognize the leadership of Alderman Irving has been working together to create more public housing and affordable housing in a time where we have a housing crisis. I think it's unconscionable not to take the time so that we can create more affordable and public housing. My concern in this is that even though there is a discussion around density of not losing public housing and affordable housing, but yet we're losing land, the space to do so. My concern is that there will be objections in the future by nearby residents who object oftentimes high density in areas that I represent. That is a big concern. I'm glad to see, and Alderman Moore mentioned this, that now we finally got the letters formally on record of the LAC. However, I think that there's a need of more time. I was really taken back by us reconvening again on a very short period of time this morning when we have already had a conversation in zoning yesterday. I do think it's important that we take our time to have, deliberations on this matter. I think as Alderman Moore and Alderwoman Taylor have mentioned, it is clear that the plan for transformation have failed. I tell you, in the Habla homes today, we have only delivered a third of what was promised. On top of that, this is the second private-public partnership that is privatizing, land that should be used for public housing. I think that in a time like this, it's urgent that we create affordable and public housing with a humanitarian crisis at hand, that at the very least, we take our time. Again, I'm not in opposition to what Alderman Irving is proposing so that we have more deliberation and more community engagement. There were over 70 residents outside of the LAC in the Habla homes who are asking for more time to learn about the benefits, but more important than anything else, that we do not lose more space for public housing. So I would like to ask of Alderman Irving that we take, I don't know why an extra month to have these conversations will be so horrible, because what it will be very problematic is that we rush into a decision and we miss yet another opportunity. So I'd like to move forward and ask that we defer and publish this item so that we have just an extra month so that we can discuss this matter. I think that is a reasonable ask, and I'd like that motion to be considered. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Call vote.
Here's a roll call vote on the floor. People are asking questions. We're going to allow people to comment.
Right.
And then we are going to move to a roll call vote.
Right.
Next up is Alderman Ramirez Rosa.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to discuss this important vote before us today and to explain my current opposition. If you look at the word metropolis, which of course the city of Chicago is a beautiful, wonderful metropolis, at the core of that word is polis. And polis is, of course, the Greek word for city. At the core of a city is people, right? A city is nothing without people. And the role that we have, the authority that's vested in us, is to be stewards for the people, to look out for the public interest. We use the zoning power that we have to ensure that we take care of our communities, that they are healthy, that they are safe. And I think in this instance, as we look at this agreement between CHA and the Chicago Fire, I find that it's lacking. I find that we haven't gotten the best deal possible for the people of the city of Chicago. Mansueto, the owner of Chicago Fire, is worth $5 billion. It's an extraordinary sum. It's more money than any of us here in this room will ever see. And despite that fact, we are entering into an agreement with him where, at this moment in time, we're not going to get the type of housing and affordable housing that our communities need. Now, I understand that my colleague, our colleague, Alderman Jason Irvin, feels that this is a good deal. And I understand that we have a practice here of aldermanic prerogative, of member deference, of turning to each other and saying, do you think this is a good deal for your ward? But we have also set a precedent in this body that there are certain circumstances where a project is so important, or where the cause that we're seeking to address, the issue we're seeking to address is so important that sometimes we have to have a citywide conversation about whether or not this is the best deal in front of us. It happened to our colleague Anthony Napolitano, who objected to a project moving forward in his ward, but a majority of this council said, we think that for the sake of affordable housing, we think for the sake of public housing policy, we need to overrule our colleague here. It's happened time and time again. It's happened on cannabis zoning, right? Where the Black Caucus, and I was so proud to stand with them, said we need to take a stand on this specific issue because we want equity when it comes to cannabis. So this council has already shown a number of times that we're willing to chip away at aldermanic prerogative, that we're willing to find circumstances where we think that there should be an approach that looks at the holistic nature of this deal. And certainly when it comes to CHA, when it comes to public housing, we need to look at the full picture. And I think if you look at the full picture, we have not gotten the best deal possible for the people of the city of Chicago. Mansueto is worth a lot of money. We should be getting a lot more. We should be able to say very clearly, as a result of this trade, we are going to be able to build housing in communities where we would otherwise not be able to build affordable or public housing. That's not what's happening in this case. So I've spoken with public housing advocates, many of which have been involved in the work to get affordable housing built for decades, many of which are subject matter experts, and they tell me this is not a good deal for the people of the city of Chicago. So I have to listen to those subject matter experts. I have to oppose the deal that's in front of us right now. And if it's in order, I will join my colleague, Alderman Byron Sigcho Lopez, in deferring and publishing this matter. Thank you.
Order, since there's a pending roll call vote. The chair recognizes Alderman Spizzato.
Thank you, Madam President. I really didn't have to speak, but I just want to say I stand with my colleague, my esteemed colleague from the 28th Ward. I have the utmost confidence in him to do the right thing for his community. So we don't always agree on things. We just had a little bit of debate a half hour ago with each other, but I want to publicly say I stand with him. I believe he's doing the right thing and the best thing he could do for his community. So I just publicly want to say that. So thanks for allowing me the opportunity, Madam President. Thank you.
The chair recognizes, thank you, Alderman Spizzato. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Madam President, and good afternoon once again, members of the City Council. You know, it's an unusual spot for me to be in support of my good friend, Alderman Jason Ervin. But in this matter, I do support his effort to bring this campus to his ward. And I'm sat here and I've listened to many of my colleagues today, many of you talk about the failures of the Chicago Housing Authority. And with that, there is no question. That is beyond objectionable in this room, because we know and have heard, and some of you even have living experiences of their failures firsthand. This isn't up for debate. This isn't what we're talking about. And to be perfectly honest, this council at any point over the last 3 years could have convened hearings, could have compelled the administration, and could have grilled appointments as to those failures. We could have done that. We could have talked about, with our own Commissioner of Housing, why we are not building enough units to meet the needs of affordable housing for our residents. We could have done that. We could have held our Commissioner on Department of Planning and Development to a standard wanting to know why we're not committing ourselves to community benefits agreements that require investment to also have a housing component. We could have done that. At any point over 3 years, we could have done that. We heard today from our exiting colleague, Michelle Smith, say loudly and proudly that aldermen are the best representatives of their districts, of their wards, that they have the pulse, are connected to the heartbeat of their communities. And yet here we are 4 hours later, after applauding her for her sentiment, sticking it to another alderman in disagreement with the exact words we were standing up and clapping for earlier today. We don't need to be hypocrites in this room, because if you're going to stand in support of the belief that you as an alderman or alderwoman know what's best, if you as an alderman or alderwoman are going to take what your community says is right and defend it in this chamber and expect all of us to do the same, then you damn well better do it for this ward here. Because many of you in this room over the last 4 years or 7 years have all at one time or another asked that your community, your voice be respected when others had questions. When your community groups wrote letters, when your community groups were calling us, when your community groups were saying, listen to our alderman, and you asked us to do it, and we did. If you are voting against this today, shame on all of you. There is a consistency required in good consciousness while you're working here. And as we have new members taking their seat today, show them by example what exactly that means to stand and work with each other, to understand each other. There are times you have to stand up and say no, but they better be worth it. Otherwise, this path that we're going down is going to be a free-for-all 50 times over. Because there are things that I know go on in all of your wards that I've sometimes questioned and overwhelmingly have always stood up. I might not have agreed, but I know I wasn't elected to represent your wards. You were. And it's on you to make the right decision. And if this is what our colleague feels is the right decision in consultation with his community, in consultation with his businesses, and with consultation with his leaders, then who are we to argue? If you want a citywide plan, there's 50 of us in this room. Make a citywide proposal. Stand up and come up with a citywide housing proposal that this administration has to enforce. Go ahead, do it. There's nothing stopping you. But until that happens, we are in the system where the alderman is the one who represents and knows what's best. That he or she is the person that comes to this body, advocates for their communities, and is expected to answer back to them. That's on each and every one of us to make that decision, to live by that decision, and eventually to be judged by that decision. It falls on them. So, Madam President, I would encourage our members to vote in favor, because I'm certain this will be not the last time that we have to support one another in their own wards. And I'd hate to see this being the way that we move forward in this body in the months to come. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Thank you very much, Madam President. You know, I was here when the Plan for Transformation first started, over 26 years ago. I have 4 CHA developments in my ward. And I still have vacant land. You know, God knows, you know, what I tell CHA sometimes is I built the whole West Loop during the time that we've been waiting on Cabrini Green to be redeveloped, right? And it's frustrating. But at the same time, I think a lot of us don't understand that, you know, although some of these transformation developments have been on standstills for different reasons, there have been CHA money going into other developments across the city, like a lot of you all's senior citizen buildings, some of the affordable buildings in my ward that get subsidies from CHA, RAD money and project, whatever, all those different type of fundings to help fund some of these developments that goes on around the city. Matter of fact, I remember in Tunney's ward, he had a senior building that was going to close down, and CHA came to the rescue, right? So it's still money being spent every year from CHA to help people get housing, and the Section 8 lists keep opening up, and they keep giving people Section 8 certificates all around the city, in everybody's ward. Some of you all don't like it or maybe don't want it, but it help working class people who don't make a lot of money have a place to live and get subsidies for it. So things are still, it's not that things stop completely, but I will tell you this, during the time of dealing with the public housing in my ward, you know, we've had challenges in some of those periods when the market was bad, right? I remember a time when the market was bad, I had to kick in more TIF money because the developers couldn't get money from the banks, right? And they couldn't borrow money. Right now, we getting ready to hit another challenge because interest rates are going up, right? Construction costs is going up. So CHA is asking developers to kick more in. All of these developments on these properties is like a private-public partnership. It's not all CHA because they build a mixed income. So they need other people in order to put the money in. So they need the banks, they need the private developers, and they need folks to be able to do it. So sometimes there's holdups for a lot of different reasons. Some of the holdups I don't agree with, right? Some of it is bureaucratic, right? I have been bureaucratic over the years, and I wish it would be better. But I do also understand, and I was the first one who asked this at the Plan Commission, right? My first question at the Plan Commission when it came up was that, what do the residents say? How do the residents feel about this, right? Because that's what's important to me, how the residents feel. Now, I would say this, there are a lot of affordable housing advocates out here who like to tell poor black people what to do. A lot of affordable housing advocates out here who like to tell poor black people what to do, but they don't live there. Those residents, I'm going to tell you, out of a lot of the CHA developments that are across this city, and David Moore can tell you, nobody is as shrewd as the women in ABLA. The sisters in ABLA, over in the Taylor community, they get theirs. ABLA don't play. They get theirs. They make sure if anything comes to the table, they're going to get jobs, they're going to get a whole bunch of other things. They get theirs. So that's why I said I want to know what the sisters in ABLA say, because all this stuff is ran by black women, so you all know. And the women in ABLA get theirs. So I asked, what are the sisters in ABLA getting? $40 million. $40 million is going toward, coming from this development, is going toward to subsidize other housing that need rehab in that community that they don't have enough money in CHA to do. Another $8 million is going to subsidize other housing in that area. So CHA, at the same time that they have to build these developments, they have to also maintain and enhance some of this housing in order to keep it sustained in the community. So they're leveraging the soccer folks. They're getting almost $60 million in order to do that. I think that's a good deal. I commend and take my hat off to those sisters for getting all of that, getting jobs on the construction, getting jobs in the place, getting use of the soccer field, you know, a whole bunch of other things they got in there. Some of it I don't even want to know about, but they cut their deal. Matter of fact, I'm going to tell you, and not to take anything away from the alderman, he can't make decisions in that community. Those sisters make decisions in that community and will fight him publicly. They don't play, and I know this. They do not play over there. The residents over there want this, not anyone else. It's the residents that want this. The residents that live there, the residents that's trying to get their family back to come back to their community, they want this. Not those folks from the suburbs, all these so-called activists who want to tell those poor African-American women what to do. Not them. The residents who live there want this. I support this, not because of the alderman. I'm not going to go against the alderman because I don't want him to go against me. But I support it because the CHA residents support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Burnett. The chair recognizes Alderman Kappelman.
President, if you take a map of all the census tracts in the city of Chicago, and you look at all the census tracts with poverty rates exceeding 40%, you can overlay that with a map of all the violence, and they match perfectly. They match perfectly because many people living in poverty, living paycheck to paycheck, are angry, and they feel hopelessness. Now, Mayor, you identified and we've known about this for a long time, that we are a tale of two cities. And clearly we are. If we look at the 28th Ward, there are over 2,000 vacant city lots in that ward. In the 46th Ward, I have one vacant city lot, and it's worth $19 million. That's pathetic, that there's such a wide disparity that exists in this city. Now, we know from best practices on sound urban planning principles, we know that communities that are experiencing violence, they need jobs. They're screaming for jobs, and they need more economic development. This ordinance, this is a gift for this community. It's a gift for the taking. This is a gift for people who are desperate for more opportunities like they see on the north side. And they're very angry about it, and they have every right to be angry about it because institutional racism exists. So I fully support this because I fully support the need for economic development, especially in areas of high poverty. These residents deserve it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Mitz.
Thank you, Madam President. While I'm not on the zoning committee, I have a voice on that west side. And every day that I've been alderman, we've been fighting. And I know the need from one side of town to the other. And now in the council, I just don't understand why we choose to put our nose in somebody else's business. If the residents there and they working and they want something, why are we trying to say what they shouldn't have? Now, I get it because the CHA haven't done their job, but then Alderman Lopez, I thought I heard a different person speaking a while ago. I said, is that Alderman Lopez talking? For once, I agree with you. But you need to take a page from that. Now I ain't gonna never let you forget what you said today. I'm gonna hold you accountable to that because people work every day in their neighborhood. They know the need. And why would you not want to allow a project to happen if there's nothing happening there? I've never been able to understand that. Maybe because you don't live in the area where we live at. Maybe you ain't walked in the shoes that we walk in. Maybe you don't have to put up with the activity we have to deal with in and out. Please don't let us get where we're not even looking at the wishes of our colleagues, because that do sends a bad message for the city. And it do disturb when we do that and then boastfully talk about what we shouldn't do and encourage others to do it. If that's what you want to do, fine, but don't try and encourage that negativity on someone else. Allow somebody to do something, take some old out and put some new in, and we'll help you do the same. You just don't know how long these neighborhoods have been neglected. You don't know. I've been screaming it for all my life since I've been in the council, or the violence, the shooting, the crime, until you turn blue in the face. Alderman Irvin go through the same thing. Now, we're all trying to work together because we find out, guess what? You're better together, then this council needs to get better together so we can make this city a better place for all of us to live and work in. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderwoman Mitz. The chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano.
Thank you, Madam President. God, I'm trying not to laugh right now. December 21st, I said you'd be in the hot seat. Someone else would be in the hot seat. Now, I'd like to say my colleague probably votes against me 99.9% of the time. He knows he does, but it is what it is. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to support my colleague because only he knows what's best for his ward. Only he knows what's best for his ward. And anybody sitting here that thinks you could do anything in your ward without your constituents letting you know what they want or don't want, and you believe that that's not to be true, because they're going to call you, they're going to email you, they're going to come into your office, and they're going to let you know what you're doing wrong constantly. For him to build something in his ward that people are saying they don't want it, you're lying. So I warned you that this is what it was going to come to. But I'm going to support my colleague because it's the right thing to do on behalf of what he knows is right for his ward. Thank you, Madam.
Alderman, the chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to kind of echo what Alderman Knapp just alluded to. A lot of the same people voted against him as far as what he knew was best for his ward. And so, like you said, here we are today, flipping on the other side of the coin to support another project. But I'm rising to just raise question to the process. Yesterday, this item was voted down in committee. Just yesterday, it was voted down in committee. So why do we have a committee if we recess, reconvene to circumvent the vote that happened yesterday? The vote was 7-5 yesterday in committee. So what should have happened is either the item should have been reported out as do not pass or held in committee to work these issues out. Now, I agree, we need projects all over this city. I'm not opposed to the project. But why do we have a committee when we're just going to not do what the committee recommended because it doesn't fit our narrative? That's a problem. That's a problem. And not only that, but today we had two aldermen defer and publish the item. We're still debating it. We're still debating something that was deferred and published. It should have been, debate should have been killed a half hour ago, and we could have been somewhere maybe having lunch or an early dinner. So those are my objections, that we continue to just do what we want to do and skirt the rules as we see fit. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Beal. The chair recognizes Alderman Espada.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I really appreciate the conversation today. For me, it goes back to something that was mentioned by a colleague. Do we have any kind of a citywide plan for the CHA? And we actually do. It's called the Final Settlement of the Gautreaux Decision. It was signed and filed in 2019. It actually came out of a 1966 court case from Dorothy Gautreaux, who was a black woman in Chicago, who sued at the time based on the failure of the CHA, even then, to represent those needs. And it mentions Abla Homes by name. Among the things that it says about the Abla Homes, and I will read, the CHA will enter into binding written agreements on or before December 31st, 2023, providing for the development of the additional 509 non-elderly CHA units. So that's among the many things that the Gautreaux decision says about the CHA in general, about Abla Homes specifically, which is why, for me, when they come to us and say, I think it was a Phase 1E we were talking about, of an additional 80 units, it just does not speak to the letter or the spirit of commitments that are legally binding. And I wish I trusted that in the next 5 months we were going to see those commitments made by the CHA, but I personally do not see that happening. So I respect my colleague, but for me this is bigger than the ward, it's bigger than a city, it's as big as protests in a case that was launched decades ago, commitments made generations ago, and whether we are here today to uphold those commitments. That is what is driving my vote today. Thank you.
All right, last speaker, Alderman Burke.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't originally think that I would speak to this issue. I'm not a member of the zoning committee. But one of the members brought the name of Joe Mansueto into the debate. And I know a little bit about the generosity and the philanthropy of Rika and Joe Mansueto. And I would invite any of you to take a ride out to 47th and California in the 14th Ward. As a matter of fact, the dividing line between 14 and 15 there is 47th Street. And at the corner of 47th and California is the Esperanza Health Facility. But immediately to the west of that site is the Mansueto High School. I'm sure that some of you know about the Noble Street charter school system and probably would praise what they do. Well, Rika and Joe Mansueto donated the money that built the Mansueto High School there on a 5.5-acre brownfield site, the former R.C. Cola plant. It's a beautiful, brand-new facility with a soccer field. Yes, a soccer field there. And it stimulated the development of that whole part of 47th Street. Today, there's 1,123 students at the Mansueto High School. 99% are minority and 91% are low income on a 5.5-acre brownfield site that would be an eyesore till this very day if it wasn't for Rika and Joe Mansueto. You might also be interested in the fact that Joe Mansueto indeed is a Chicago billionaire, a remarkable Horatio Alger story. And part of his education was here in Chicago. He got a undergraduate degree and a graduate degree at the University of Chicago in the 5th Ward. And before that, he studied at Morgan Park Academy in the 19th Ward. And somebody wants to criticize this kind of a philanthropist, and he may be still today, I know he was about 10 years ago, the only Chicago billionaire who had pledged to give away half of his net worth in the Warren Buffett Initiative. And we today here are going to criticize a Chicagoan, a Chicago couple like that. Take a ride out there and take a look at what he did at 47th between Mozart and Richmond in the 14th Ward. And yes, I know a little bit more about what the residents of that community are saying about this initiative because my daughter Jennifer and her family live there. They're residents, and they're proud that that's going to be developed. And it's going to be as good as the library development on Taylor Street. So, for a variety of reasons, I'm strongly in support of this, and I think it's good for not only the neighbors there, but good for the entire city of Chicago. So I would join with the distinguished alderman of this ward and urge all of you to vote yes on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Burke. We have a pending roll call request. Madam Clerk, please. The chair recognizes Alderman Tunney.
So, as Alderman Burke has said about the Mansueto family, we have to realize in our lifetimes, soccer will be the new football. And he's investing, maybe already is, I'm sorry. This is the future of sport, and it's happening on the west side over here. So you have to, there's some economic benefits, by and large, by this institution staying in Chicago. The two other things. I'm sure, Jason Irvin, this property has been vacant for decades. No one underestimates the failure of the CHA plan for transformation. I have been a benefit of working with some of our religious institutions that gave up on affordable housing, so I have worked with CHA, but certainly by no stretch are we anywhere near where we should be on affordable housing. As one of the other colleagues mentioned, or we had a housing committee, we're doing 1,000 homes in the 24th Ward, right? So the land is zero cost. City owns it. We're giving it away. We're actually going to put the foundation in and utilities, and it's still going to cost $500,000 basically. So, I mean, it's just, you all think about how expensive these replacement units are. I know CHA in their heart wants to do the right thing, but this cost is even just we asked about this in finance. It's raised $100,000 in 1 year, the cost of these things. So we've got to continue to work and prioritize affordable housing, but it ain't cheap. It needs public-private enterprise. Some of them have market rate housing. Some of them, Lathrop Homes is a perfect example, still is languishing, but we got certain parts of it done. And the last thing I want to say is, I've been on Plan Commission and Zoning Chair. This is not the first time we have done this. We have parts of Cabrini Green, I think, were public-private development, some housing, some all commercial. So we've got to make, this is not unusual. I just want to let some of our newer colleagues, we've been doing this for a while. So with that, we make the roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
To clarify, it's 1838, item 1838. I just want to make sure
022-1838.
Okay.
Did I say something different?
No, that's correct. I just want to make sure we're
So
on
that's
the same.
roll call vote.
All
Madam
right,
Clerk.
the voting is open. Please hit cast your vote, refresh. Alderman of the 43rd Ward, Knutson? Will vote yes. Alderman Garza needs some assistance as well. Make sure you're in City Council 1. Make sure to hit refresh, and then cast your vote, please.
Alderman Vasquez, do you need assistance?
Alderman Wagaspack, do you want to do a voice vote? Alderman Wagaspack is a yes. Alderman Tabarrus? Alderman Tabarrus is a yes. Alderman Cicho Lopez? Alderman Cicho Lopez is a no. Cicho Lopez is a no. The voting is now closed.
The yeas are 37, the nays are 11. The motion passes. Alderman Kappelman on the motion for reconsideration.
Madam President, I move to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the motion for reconsideration signify by saying aye. Those opposed say nay. Nay. The nays have it. The motion for reconsideration fails. Chairman, I think Chairman Tunney is still.
Before I conclude my report, I want the body to know how much admiration I have for the Alderman of the 9th Ward. I just want to make sure that, we are still friends and respect each other immensely. Madam President, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman Tunney. The chair recognizes Alderman Dow.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of 2 memorial resolutions I submitted into City Council earlier today. Thank you. Thank you, Madam
No
President.
objection, so ordered, but I don't have the resolutions. Does the clerk have them? Anybody from the clerk's office have these? Go ahead and proceed, Chairman Dow.
Yes, the first is a memorial resolution honoring the life of Harold Lucas, Bronzeville resident, and the second is a memorial resolution honoring the life of Prince Asiel Ben Israel of the Black Hebrew Israelites. These were 2 important men in our community that were unfortunately lost in August of this year, If there are no objections, I ask that they be passed as part of the agreed calendar.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam President.
The chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez.
Chair, I just had a point of clarification after some comments our colleague Chairman Tunney made. Football is the new soccer on Hispanic Heritage Month. Just want to make that one clear. That's all I got. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Madam President, I'd just like to rise in support of Pat Dow's resolution, in particular about Prince Asiel. I had the distinct pleasure of traveling to Israel, and I actually went to Dimona, and I actually went to Prince Asiel's home and his compound where they live. And on my way through the airport, I happened to see a brother from Chicago who was part of his family working at the airport, very incorporated into the society. Guys, they go join the Army. I mean, it was just a beautiful thing to see a gentleman who came from Cabrini Green to form some independence with his folks and build something in Israel and get accepted by that country as being a part of the country. They worked in the country and they did everything, and he was a very resourceful person in encouraging a lot of folks from that community to start businesses and to give back to their community. So I just want to stand in support of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Burnett. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Taylor.
The resolution, thank you. The resolution for Harold Lucas. Harold Lucas was really a father of Bronzeville. He taught families, he took students and parents around Bronzeville and really taught us what was in our community. And so I think people forget that there's a statue that's on, I think it's 29th and King Drive, that stands in the middle of the driveway. And people always think that it was feathers. It was actually soles of shoes of people who migrated from the South up north. And so I always remember those lessons from Harold Lucas. Him and Mr. Young did a wonderful job at working with the schools in the community to make sure that we knew where we came from and what our history was in Chicago. And so I'm in support of this resolution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Taylor. Next up, Alderman Mitchell, Alderman Harris, matters on the agreed calendar.
Thank you, Madam President. I received from City Clerk Anna Valencia a total of 134 items proposed for the agreed calendar, consisting of congratulatory, commemorative, tributary resolutions from Anna M. Valencia, City Clerk, and the following aldermen: Dow, Hairston, Sawyer, Harris, Lee, Quinn, Burke, Coleman, Tabarez, Maldonado, Austin, Ramirez Rosa, Villegas, Mitz, Riley, Kappelman, and Osterman. I move the passage of the agreed calendar and the omnibus.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next up, new business. The clerk will call the wards, beginning with the first. Mr. Clerk.
Claims, free permits, license fee exemptions, which are referred to the Committee on Finance. Zoning amendments, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Traffic regulations, traffic control signals, and traffic signs, which are referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Grants of privilege on and over the public way, which are referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. And the exemption from physical barrier requirements for commercial driveway alley access to parking facilities, which are referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Laspade has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Godfather of Street Dance, Alfonso Sabadu Quinones Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Hopkins has a proposed ordinance for approval of Lincoln Yards North re-subdivision, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Hopkins also has a proposed order for historical landmark fee waiver for the property at 2028 through 2062 North Clybourne Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Hopkins also has a proposed ordinance for the renaming of North Dominic Street from Webster Avenue to West Armitage Avenue as North Troop Street. which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Hopkins also has a proposed ordinance for the vacation of public ways in the area bounded by North Elston Avenue, West Dickens Avenue, North Southport Avenue, and West Willow Street, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman King has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Sawyer, Alderman Coleman, Alderman Moore, and Alderman Brookins have a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 7-28-785 to further regulate collection bins and establishment of a pilot program to allow supersized collection bins on city-owned and private properties within 6th, 16th, 17th, and 21st wards, which are referred to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Alderman Mitchell has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 4-60-022 to disallow additional alcoholic liquor licenses on portion of East 92nd Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Mitchell and Alderman Harris have proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 4-156, by inserting Sections 4-156-335 and 4-156-336 to prohibit issuance of additional public place of amusement licenses within specified areas, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Harris has a proposed ordinance for transfer of funds within the City Council Committee on Committees and Rules for the year 2022, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderman Sadlowski Garza has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 4-60-022 to allow additional alcoholic liquor licenses on portion of East 106th Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Lee has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary Mike the Hot Dog Man and Sylvia Toy Kenyaban Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Lee also has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Joe Harris Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way, and a proposed order for the issuance of a permit for the signboard at 4121 South Packers Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Lopez has a proposed order for reaffirmation of commitment to the sanctity of Soldier Field Memorial Campus and its associated buildings and monuments, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderman Lopez also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 2-8-041 regarding compensation for alderpersons, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Two committees called, the Committee on Budget and Government Operation and the Committee on Committees and Rules. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderman Lopez also has proposed amendment of the Municipal Code Section 2-8-300 regarding reduction of wards, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderman Lopez also has proposed a resolution for call for hearings on financial impact of health care coverage subsidy changes, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderman Lopez also has a proposed resolution to call for hearings on calculation of property taxes, collection rates, incentives, tax increment financing districts, and tax increases, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderman Lopez and Alderman Napolitano and Alderman Tabarez have a proposed resolution to call for hearings on elimination of cash bail, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Two committees called, the Committee on Public Safety and the Committee on Health and Human Relations. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderman Coleman has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary O.C. Sanders Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman O'Shea has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Big Mike Hughes Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman O'Shea also has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Matt Hooker Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman O'Shea also has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 2304 West 95th Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Brookins has a proposed order to call on the Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Development to initiate negotiated sales of city-owned properties at 849 West 86th Street and 8676, 8678, 8680, 8682, 8684, 8688, 8690, and 8694 South Vincennes Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Alderman Rodriguez has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Lula Navarro Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Rodriguez and Alderman Haddon have a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 2-56, to further regulate duties of the Office of Inspector General, which is referred to the Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight. Alderman Tabarez has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Title IV to further regulate vacation rentals and shared housing units, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Tabarez also has a proposed ordinance for designation of the 21st Precinct of the 23rd Ward as restricted residential zone prohibiting additional shared housing units and vacation rentals, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Tabarez also has a proposed ordinance for designation of the 37th Precinct of the 23rd Ward as a restricted residential zone prohibiting additional shared housing units and vacation rentals, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Tabarez also has a proposed order for the issuance of a permit for signboards at 5700 South Cicero Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Cicho Lopez has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Burnett has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Sections 4-60-022 and 4-60-023, to allow additional alcoholic liquor and packaged goods licenses on portions of West Lake Street and North Green Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Burnett also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Sections 4-60-022 and 4-60-023, to disallow additional alcoholic liquor and packaged goods licenses on portion of West Grand Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Burnett also has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary Vilma Louise Laundry Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Burnett also has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Burnett also has a proposed ordinance for vacation of the public alleys in the area bounded by West Chicago Avenue, North Kedzie Street, West Huron Street, and North Sawyer Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Irvin has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 9-64-206, to establish hours of operation for parking meters on portion of West Ogden Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Alderman Irvin has a proposed resolution to call for hearings on the failure of city's predatory housing contracting and reinvestment policies, which is referred to a joint committee comprised of the Committee on Contracting Oversight and Equity and the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Alderman Raboyes has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to disallow additional packaged goods licenses on portions of North Milwaukee Avenue and North Ridgeway Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Wagaspack has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 2604 North Ulston Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Austin has a proposed ordinance for a vacation of portion of West 114th Place bounded by South Marshfield Avenue and the Chicago, Rock Island, and Pittsburgh Railroad, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Ramirez Rosa has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 3390 North Avondale Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Ramirez Rosa also has a proposed ordinance for vacation of public alleys in the area bounded by West Palmer Street, North Kedville Avenue, West Dickens Avenue, and North Keeler Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Villegas has a proposed resolution to call for City of Chicago to take Equity and Infrastructure Project Pledge, which is referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Alderman Villegas also has a proposed ordinance for the transfer of funds within the City Council Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development for the year 2022 for contingencies, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations, and a proposed ordinance for transfer of funds within the City Council Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development for year 2022 for contracted services, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderman Mitz has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, and a proposed ordinance for the vacation of public alleys in the area bounded by 5441 through 5461 West Lake Street and 332 through 346 North Lotus Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Nugent has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 4001 West Devon Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Vasquez has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 2-80-070 to further regulate establishment, purpose, composition, and duties of district councils, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderman Vasquez and others have a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 2-8-041 regarding adjustment of salaries of aldermen, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Two committees called, the Committee on Finance and the Committee on Rules. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderman Vasquez and others have a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, sections 2-8-041 and 2-156-090, to require a portion of aldermen, to require a position of alderman to be full-time job and to prohibit aldermen from receiving compensation for work related to real estate developments, legal representation, or legal services, which is referred to the Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight. Two committees called, the Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight and the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderman Napolitano has a proposed order for the issuance of a permit for signboards at 116001 West Toohey Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Riley has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 4-60-023, to allow additional package goods licenses on portions of LaSalle Street and Madison Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Riley also has a proposed order to call for an update of automatic menu program to include acoustic gunfire detection, alert, and analytics description services, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Two committees called, the Committee on Public Safety and the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. The matter is referred to the Committee on Rules. Alderman Riley also has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Riley and others have proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 10-8, to further regulate athletic events and outdoor special events, which is referred to the Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs, and Recreation. Alderman Riley and others have a proposed ordinance to prohibit salary or compensation increase for elected or appointed city officials during the 2023 fiscal year, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderman Riley and others have a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Titles 2 and 9 by modifying various sections and adding new sections 9-12-115, 9-12-120, and 9-12-125 to further regulate reckless driving, which is referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Alderman Tunney has the proposed ordinance for approval of a CHA North Sheffield's re-subdivision, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Gardner has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 3936 North Milwaukee Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Martin has a proposed resolution for amendment of City Council Rules of Order and Procedure for the 2019 through 2023 term by modifying chairman and vice chairman for Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight, which is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderman Martin and Alderman Rodriguez-Sanchez have a proposed resolution to call for subject matter hearings on city's transgender hiring practices, accessibility of all gender restrooms, and assessment of complaint process for Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, which is referred to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Alderman Osterman has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-022, to allow additional alcoholic liquor licenses on portion of North Clark Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. And Alderman Osterman also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to allow additional package goods licenses on portion of West Thorndale Avenue. Your Honor, that concludes the presentation of automatic introductions.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Alderman Mitchell, approval of the journal.
Madam President, I'm not aware of any corrections to the journal from the July 20, 2022 regular meeting and move that it be approved.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Next up, unfinished business. Alderman Mitchell.
Madam President, I'm not aware of any unfinished business.
Next, miscellaneous business. Alderman Mitchell.
I'm not aware of any miscellaneous business.
The date and the time of the next meeting?
I've handed up to the clerk an ordinance setting the date and time of the next meeting.
Is your comment regarding this issue? The chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I just have a quick question. Yesterday, President Biden said that the pandemic was officially over, and so I was just wondering, are we going to start having committee meetings in person versus remote?
I think that President Biden said something in a recorded interview that his staff quickly walked back. Nonetheless, I believe that Chairman Harris will be speaking to all of you about the return to the regular seating for the next meeting, but I will let her have those conversations with you, which of course means that we will be bringing back members of the public to the second floor as well.
Closer the better.
Alderman Mitchell, I think you had indicated that you handed up a ordinance regarding the date and time of the next meeting.
Correct.
Mr. Clerk?
Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Chicago, Section 1, that the next regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Chicago shall be held on Wednesday, October 26th, 2022, beginning at 10 o'clock a.m. in the City Council Chamber on the second floor in City Hall, 121 North LaSalle Street, Illinois. If prior to then, there is a determination in accordance with Section 7E of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting is not practical or prudent due to COVID-19, the next regular meeting of the City Council may be conducted by video conference in accordance with applicable law. Any such determination will be posted on the City Clerk's website along with an amended agenda indicating that the meeting will be conducted by video conference by 10 o'clock a.m. on Monday, October 24th, 2022. Section 2, this ordinance shall take effect and be enforced from and after its passage.
I move passage in the omnibus.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that the next special meeting of the City Council will be on October 3rd, at which point we will be introducing the budget for your consideration. Next up, omnibus roll call, Alderman Mitchell.
Madam President, I move that matters in the omnibus be passed by the first most favorable roll call vote by the Committee on Finance and the associated motion, unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Alderman Mitchell on the motion to adjourn.
There being no further before this body, I move that we adjourn.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. This meeting is adjourned. We'll see you all on October 3rd. Thank you all.